Because I never hit transition. I just
Oh,
realized it because I refreshed the page.
well, it's
Oh
not a
wow, I'm really an amateur.
no, it's fine. But that's why we have the laptop, right? It's good to take a look at that.
Yeah,
Also,
but
I don't think there's a lot of people watching it.
yeah, but also if they would have joined watching it, they would only have seen the planet and hear us talking.
Oh well, I guess in the video they'll
Yeah.
have no. Well, we noticed it. Sorry, everyone.
But now everything is working.
All right, very good.
All right, how much
Yeah.
wood did we chop so far so that we can get a feeling? how long
Yeah,
it
we
would
should
take?
measure time, and then we'll know wood per minute.
Yeah, 249.
Okay. Look, okay, I'm gonna set a timer for a minute, and then you just chop like you've never chopped before. Do the most chopping you possibly
Alright.
can, and then we'll know, right? I mean, you have to look one more time how much you have right now, right?
Yes.
Check
There's a
once.
brown bear that might attack us.
Oh,
Now we have 264.
264. I'm gonna set it now.
Yep.
Set a timer for 1 minute.
1 minute. Starting
All right,
now.
start now. Chop, 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 chop.
I'm chopping.
Yes, just chop. Shut up. Like, it's so funny. It tells me don't share the PayPal code. And now it's on the stream because it literally read it out. But it doesn't matter. It's just
Alright.
an activation code.
I had to go to another tree. There's a brown bear right next to us, but he seems to be peaceful.
Peaceful little brown bear. Why
Yep.
not? I'm excited about that.
These calming chopping sounds.
I could see that this is a very calming, sort of cozy game.
Yeah.
It's not very in your face. This isn't exactly like playing Warframe or something.
True. Yeah.
Not exactly.
Warframe is more action.
a little bit, yeah.
I mean, in Warframe, you're like the almighty guy killing thousands of monsters.
Is that what it's like to play Warframe?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Oh, it's done. Marco, how much wood did you chop?
Okay, let's check. 360, and so we chopped like 50.
Okay, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
But I think it's not always that much. Sometimes you have to find new trees and walk a little bit more. But right now
Sure.
we have a lot of trees.
But let's say let's lowball it and say we chop like 40 wood per minute. So that's what times
410 minutes.
and then times 6 for an hour. What's 400 times 6?
2,400.
That's right.
So it's a bit more than 2 hours, which
You were pretty spot on with your estimate there. So we're
But
gonna.
I think we might get faster if we get
yeah,
more
that's
skill.
true. Yeah. But okay, but yeah, we're gonna probably be doing it for like an hour and a half or whatever.
Yep.
And I don't think there's any way around that really.
No, I
and
don't
it
think so.
would be good to just have a nice cushion of 90k. And I mean, we will use it up pretty quickly, I guess.
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
We also have to decide on a build for
Yeah,
our
tell me
mage
about
character.
give me the pro and con on the magery mage,
Yep.
which I think of as the sort of classic mage, and the staff and arcane mage.
Oh yeah, I think there are pretty much two routes we can go for a mage. At least those are the ones I saw in dungeons and where you find like templates for. And one is like the necromancer summoner,
Yeah.
where you take necromancing and skills like spirit speak, which make your summons stronger. And necromancy basically is something which is only used in PvE.
Ah.
You get skills, but they are only effective in PvE, and they change the summons which you make into undeads. It's one skill
Ah.
which like says, I think if you activate it, then your summons will be undead monsters.
So you can get the elementals, but they will be undead?
Right, that's correct. You use the summon elemental spell,
Yeah.
but depending on which elemental you summon.
Chose, yeah.
For example, I think the earth elemental becomes like a mummy,
Oh yeah.
and the fire elemental becomes a leech. Also,
Cool.
you get different undeads.
It's very wizardy. I don't mind it at
Yes.
all, even though necromancers are kind of evil. But I respect that it's like the optimal
Yeah.
choice.
And through this necromancy skill, you get unholy symbols, where I think you get like one every 5 seconds, and you can use them to fuel other skills which give you buffs. For example, like more follower damage for 30 seconds for your undead followers. So you really need these undead followers.
But this whole necromancy and spirit speak, that wasn't part of the template we had so far, right?
Oh, it's in the template, but we didn't have a necromancy book yet.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. But in the first template, which got recommended to us on our first day of Ultima
Yeah.
Online, it had necromancy in it.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just that we don't have the book, right? The codex. But you would
Correct.
still need
But
the
that's
other.
only 5,000 gold. You get it from
Oh.
a normal vendor, the
Right,
necromancy
okay.
book.
Interesting.
But we already have the Summoner's Tome and the Wizard's Grimoire.
Which we also need,
which you
right?
would need for that.
Yeah, okay.
Because the Wizard's Grimoire improves the summons of your spells, and that's also counting for the undeads.
Right.
So the other route
Yes.
for a wizard is the one with the arcane staff.
Mm-hmm.
So to use an arcane staff, you need two skills in your template. One is arcane and one is wrestling.
Right.
So already if you want to have it on 100, you already have 200 points spent.
Yeah.
But these arcane staves, they work as like range weapons, where you can make normal weapon attacks. And these normal weapon attacks give you an arcane build-up, which then gives you damage reduction and also makes your spells stronger, so they do more damage.
Mm-hmm.
And since it gives you damage reduction, you get a bit tankier, and I think you can take more hits. And usually, I think that's the kind of mage that doesn't have any summons but uses damage spells
Right.
to kill monsters.
And is there a difference between these two for PvP or PvE? Do you know?
I think basically for PvP, you would make completely different templates than for PvE.
What do we want? A PvE or a PvP mage?
That's a good question. I mean,
I think PvE is way more realistic.
yeah, I
Right?
think so too.
I mean, as much as I enjoy the fantasy of going out with our dope mage and playing World Police and like cleaning out Anchor's Rest from PKs,
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah, as a
we'll
noob,
realistically.
I think that's unrealistic.
Yeah, we're not going to get there. But we can try to tackle on harder and harder dungeon bosses. And we will,
Yeah.
I don't know, get attacked by PKs no matter what. So it's PvE for sure on this mage. The question is which of the two. And how is
Yeah,
it?
what's your preference?
I
Be
think
a pure
that-
mage or a necromancer?
I think necromancer because it feels more wizardy to me to have like this army of undead liches and so on.
Yep.
Although I also like throwing out powerful spells, but if I just think of or like damage spells, but if I think of how I like to play a wizard in D&D or whatever, it's not primarily about the damaging spells.
Yep. And we already have the Summoner's Tome.
Yeah.
And that would be useless for the other.
Right. Yeah. And that was a bit more expensive, right?
I think these codices
they
cost
all-
like 40 gold per codex.
40, you mean 40K?
40k gold, yeah.
So that's, yeah, we maybe should use of that investment that has been bestowed upon us. Okay, I'm glad we had this talk though. I do find the arcane mage also interesting.
Yep.
And also, as far as I understand, this game is being actively developed, so I don't think any class will stay on the top, so to speak, forever.
Yep. I think one class that's at least if you're a new player and you roam through dungeons, there's one class that is really how do you say?
But the best for new players.
Yeah.
The tamer, right?
No.
No?
Yeah, for new players probably a tamer is very good, but what I mean is there's one class really sticking out above all the others if you go into a dungeon as a new player, which is a backstabber.
Okay, because you can scavenge and stuff. Or
no, because
you want to kill mages, you mean?
Nope. They are just very, very, very strong in PvE, so much that they kill monsters with just one blow.
Really?
Or almost one blow,
How do
which
you
have
get
like 5,000 hit points.
How do you get that much damage?
That's a good question. I think through the
Just
backstab
and
mechanic,
that gives a
and
damage multiplier.
there's also an aspect which buffs backstabbing, the
okay.
shadow aspect.
Right.
But I don't really know how this template and the skill works.
It's also just not my playstyle.
Yeah.
Like I don't that fantasy doesn't attract me as much as the wizard.
Yeah.
I mean, I also like generally in these. Well, yeah, the thing you're playing, I don't know, how would you call it? Like when you play solo, is that just a warrior or is it like a paladin?
I mean, I think you call it Dexa here, but
Sure,
it's basically
yeah.
a warrior.
Yeah.
You have this chivalry skill line, which makes you feel like a paladin, but like
Everyone has that. right?
everyone that does pure melee uses this.
Yeah. And there is no, because that's actually the other thing I would play in an MMO, or what I used to do back in the day, is like either like wizardy types, or primarily, usually always that's what I did, is play healers. But
Yeah.
there is no sort of dedicated healer in this, right?
I think you can make support builds. I mean, there's barding.
Right.
And
I guess they do buffs and stuff, right?
yes, they can buff their teammates, but I think they can also fight alone because there's a barding skill that's called peacemaking. And if you use it on a monster, it will not do anything anymore.
Huh. And can you charm monsters then to fight for you?
Yes, there's something that's called provocation, and what you do is you target two monsters and they will fight each other.
That's pretty hilarious.
Yeah.
That's a cool thing for a bard. I mean, I like that.
Yeah, it sounds really cool.
Yeah, but can bards heal others and like?
I don't think so,
Yeah.
but they also have like buffs which they can
Right.
give others, like 5% damage and 5% more swing speed and so on.
I mean, that is cool, but I mean,
Yeah.
that is what I used to love doing, like keeping others alive in MMOs and
Yeah.
like raids or dungeons or whatever. And I don't think that exists here as a dedicated thing, right?
Not really, but I mean, as a mage, you can cast heals.
I guess mage then is the closest thing.
Yeah,
And,
but also
yeah.
the Dexas with their chivalry can heal others and themselves.
Right. Yeah, because of paladin stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But still, I think mage is sort of the best all-around thing for me.
Yeah.
I would be curious about a tamer just because it's kind of unique. It's not necessarily a thing you have in other games, like at least in the sense of, I guess in WoW you can play a hunter and you have a pet and stuff, but here, from what I gathered, you can tame stuff from the world map and even get dragons and stuff.
Yes.
So that's kind of cool.
And colossal spiders, which are really big.
Yeah.
So if you have arachnophobia,
Well, I do, but I don't have to see the spider, so it's fine. And if they're working for me, I try really hard to like be nicer to spiders and think of them as helpful
yeah.
beings that get rid of more annoying critters.
I think spiders are okay. I don't like insects.
No, but the spiders don't really do anything,
Yeah.
and they get rid of like flies and mosquitoes, which are
Right.
really annoying. So they're like really helpful, friendly little things. They just look
Indeed.
awful, horrible, like nightmare
Like
creatures.
aliens.
Yes, exactly. But we've also just been conditioned to like look at them that way because they've killed our ancestors,
Yeah,
right?
makes sense. Because they're
Poisonous
poisonous
spiders.
ones.
Some of them are. But you can't judge the whole species just because a couple of them are assholes
Yeah.
or poisonous. And oh well, whatever.
The ones we have here in Germany are all very harmless.
Yeah,
They're
it's
okay.
true.
They just kill mosquitoes.
We really have nothing dangerous animal-wise
Yeah, right.
here. I mean, I've heard that wolves are there's a couple wolves that are back, I think, in
But they
Germany.
wouldn't attack humans, I think.
You think? Yeah, maybe not.
I think there wasn't a single wolf attack ever in the last years. I've never
Well, we
heard
didn't
of
have
anything
any.
like that.
Like we had no wolves, and
Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, I don't know, but I bet if there's enough wolves, they will get like uppity, like they will fuck with humans. I mean, they are like predators. They will 100% eat you and your children if they have the chance.
I wouldn't think so, no, because I don't think they are. I think they are still intelligent creatures, and they know they shouldn't fuck with humans.
Yeah, but that's the only reason, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I sure, but that's what I'm saying. If there was enough of them and there's only like few humans, like they would fuck you up.
Maybe, yeah, in a different world than the one we have now.
Yeah, that's true. But like, look, what I'm arguing against is like
Yeah.
being naive about nature and people thinking how somehow that wolves are like fluffy little pets and that if you're just
Yeah,
nice to
obviously
them,
they're not.
no, they will fuck your shit up. And there's a reason we don't have wolves here anymore. And the reason is people fucking killed them because they're horrible monsters that eat you.
They killed sheeps and
Yeah, that's true.
Nutzvieh.
That's
I
that's
don't
probably
know what the English name is.
that cattle.
Cattle.
They kill that was probably the primary reason at some point.
Yeah.
But way back in the day, they surely also killed humans. And I mean, if we don't have these remote forested areas here in Germany, but if you live like in the US or somewhere out in the middle of nowhere or in Australia in the outback, that's why people have guns there because there's like wildlife there. And if you just have a bear wander into your living room or whatever, you want to be able to shoot that guy
Right. Makes sense.
because that bear, I don't know. I mean, bears will fuck you up.
That's for sure. I think bears are much more dangerous than wolves.
Probably, right? I would think so as well. Some of them, like not all bears, right? Like, I think like black bears are more like large dogs and usually avoid humans.
Yeah.
But a grizzly is like a horrible monster.
Yep.
Like it's in the name. They're literally grizzly. And I think polar bears are the worst, but those are sort of not in normal areas.
Oh yeah, polar bears. You hear a lot of bad stories about polar bears.
Yeah. I think there are towns in like, what is it, Sweden or whatever, or Norway? I can't remember. But it's like the law that you have to be armed at all times.
Yeah.
It's like the opposite of our law. Like here, you can't have guns. That's the law. There, you must have guns because of polar bears.
Yeah. So the law usually is there to protect you, and here
Yeah.
we don't have guns because they would be abused and you don't really need them.
Yeah.
But there you have to have one probably to not die.
Yes, because a polar bear might appear at any second. That's terrifying.
Yep. And these are huge, I think. Much
They
bigger
are.
than
Yeah,
the bears.
they're the biggest bears, right? Aren't they
Yeah.
like the biggest land mammal?
Yeah, could be. I think so.
I think
I've
so
heard
too.
that as well.
Yeah. I mean, obviously in the ocean you have whales. They're mammals and they're the
Yeah.
biggest. Easy. Although I guess no, elephants must be bigger than polar bears, right?
Oh yeah.
And
they have to
elephants
be.
are mammals. Elephants don't lay eggs.
No, that's for sure.
And elephants are really cool. They're probably my favorite animal. Marco, what's your favorite animal? This is the type of conversation we have to
never
have
thought
now
about that.
because we have 2 hours of chopping wood.
Yeah.
But honestly, though, what's your favorite animal? I'm pretty firm on the
That's a
elephant.
good question. I have to think about it.
Because elephant, like, why you think? Let me tell you why elephants are the best mammal.
Yep.
Because they're very large and they're like kind, and they have like cool trunks that can manipulate stuff, and they eat peanuts with it and so on.
Yeah.
And they're also very intelligent. Like they can like you can teach an elephant to like paint and stuff, and they're incredibly social, and they're almost like humans, just not humans. And like they even have humor. Like there are stories of like there was this journalist lady in like Africa or whatever, and she was in her car, and this same elephant would come like charging super aggressively at her car, and then like he would keep doing this, and in the last moment he would always like stop and just run off,
Yeah.
like taking the piss out of her, and just
I
for a
see.
laugh. Like
Yeah.
that's advanced
would do that
behavior.
too if I
Yeah,
was an
exactly.
elephant.
Yeah, it's like you're just fucking with people.
Yeah.
And
That's
that's
funny.
and that's why they're my favorite. There's like endless fun to be had with elephants. Also, when I grew up, I would go to the zoo with like my family and stuff, like as a kid, and they had elephants there. And there was this elephant. She would always come and greet us and stuff
Yeah.
and recognize us, and that was cool. So
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, that are very good arguments for elephants.
Yes. Do you have a choice now? Have you come up with something?
I mean, right now I have to say elephant, but
Oh, I could. Oh, that wasn't my intention. I just wanted to make my case. Now you. I mean, there are other cool
I think I also
other
like
animals.
orca whales.
Yeah,
Orca whales
they are
really
cool. I do enjoy.
Maybe I would say that.
Man, so
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, obviously, I am not in favor of like people dying or even being in emergencies on boats at sea, but I do think somehow it is super cool that there are like schools of orcas out there who have basically turned into ocean vigilantes who are
Oh,
like
yeah.
right, you've heard those stories about
Yes.
that one
They
school.
sink boats.
Yes, and they've like learned to attack boats, and they're teaching each other how to attack boats.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it does make sense because we are fucking up the oceans in a big way, and they're just like angry at humans about it. I think that's literally what's happening.
Probably, yeah.
Like I don't think orcas can probably think in that way, and they don't like they
I
don't
think they are very intelligent.
they are, but like intelligence doesn't mean you have
They
to.
also have communication.
They do, absolutely. It just we like to think as humans that intelligence must mean you have to put stuff into words and you have to formulate thoughts in your head in language. I don't think they can necessarily do that in the way that we do it, but they can still be intelligent and understand on some intuitive level that humans are fucking up their environment.
Yeah.
And get angry about it and apparently take action too. So orcas are definitely pretty cool. That's a good choice.
Yep.
Yeah. There's also movies about orcas. Like Free Willy, that was an orca, right?
Oh, yeah, right.
That was a long time ago, like in the 90s.
And there were multiple parts
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that movie. I only really know the first one.
There's like no movies made about elephants, which I find
Yeah.
unfair and distressing.
Right. Free Dumbo.
I guess there's Dumbo. That's
Dumbo, yeah.
But it's not a real life movie.
We call
it's
him
just,
Dumbo in Germany.
Yes, the elephant with the big ears that let him fly.
Yeah. I never looked a Dumbo film.
Oh, look.
Oh,
there's
that's our
pizza.
food. Yeah. I will keep chopping wood.
Sure.
All right, let's put our wood into the bank.
Ich hol mir noch was zu trinken.
Yep.
smells so good.
Yes, it does.
It's crazy.
So far, we've made 1.5k wood.
Okay.
I just
getting
put it
there.
into the bank.
How high is the? And we haven't been killed.
Yep.
No one is hunting wood choppers apparently. How high is the lumberjack skill?
62.8.
Oh wow. Okay. Can increase it quite a bit more.
Yep.
Is there like any difference between the wood you get? It's like is there oak and birch wood?
So they are just normal logs, but later, if the skill is higher, you also get what's called colored wood,
Right.
which is then called like copper wood and so on. And there are different grades of wood.
Of course. And then you can just make like rarer colors for actual furniture and stuff. And that's probably
Yeah, but
then-
also weapons. Like a
Right.
copper wood weapon is better than a weapon made out
Okay.
of normal wood.
right. They have
and then
better
there's-
stats as well. It's not
yeah.
just cosmetic.
Right.
Okay.
They get accuracy and the bonus to the tactic skill. And the tactic skill basically gives you more damage, basically.
I see.
Yeah.
Do those also then grow in like more rare or inaccessible or dangerous environments?
No, I think you can get them from any tree if you have the
Ah.
sufficient skill
Okay, I see.
with a chance. So once our skill is high enough, we will start getting colored wood here.
Okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a missed opportunity, I think. But maybe there are reasons why they do it this way.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be cool if, like, you know, the gatherers would then need like their guildmates to like escort them to
Yeah.
very remote, dangerous areas where there's like rare wood growing.
True.
That's a cool fantasy.
I know in
have.
Albion Online, which is also like a
Ah.
full loot game
Uh-huh.
where people will hunt you down if you gather stuff.
Oh wow.
It is like this. Like there are different tiers of
Yeah.
resources, and like the higher tiers are also on more dangerous maps with more dangerous enemies.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I guess I generally like full loot MMOs.
Yep.
I had some MMO news I wanted to share with you. I thought you might find this interesting. This is also, I heard this from, again, Julia Cassian's Twitter account, who I guess has all the coolest MMO news. I always find it interesting what she's posting. And this one was about a WoW private server. So World of Warcraft, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Turtle WoW?
No.
So that's apparently a private server, right? People have apparently that's how it works. Like the code by Blizzard for the WoW servers has never been leaked, but people have reverse engineered it. Like there were open source projects where they rebuilt the entire server stuff, which is wild to me. I didn't even know that. And they always used the free sort of trial client for WoW, right? You can just download that and use it, and then you have to like edit a file and you connect to the private server IP.
I see.
And they've reverse engineered the backend. And that's how Turtle WoW worked. That is just one of many private servers out there. They're like playing classic WoW, maybe with a couple of add-ons, I don't know, and they've added some of their own content. And I think it's called Turtle because they've slowed down the leveling by like 80% or something. And it's just a different experience.
Well,
than
by
of WoW.
80%. It already
something
takes
like
quite
that.
a while in old WoW and classic WoW to level up.
I guess if you
Turtle makes
really
sense.
if you really want to get the most out of your level experience, I think they said something about how this way you can at least do all the quests at a given level, right?
Yeah, you will really need like all the areas for the level, which normally you don't.
Yeah, I guess, and it's just I mean, I'm sure it's for some people like maybe it's sad that you don't get to see that much of like the mid-level range of areas and so on. Who knows? But so what they did, here's what I was building towards. This is the wild part. So Turtle WoW 2.0 has been announced, and what they're going to do is rewrite the entire WoW client in the Unreal 5 engine. To give it an updated look and feel and stuff.
I see.
And that's just wild to me. Do you understand
Yeah, it
why?
is.
Because they've like now reverse engineered the entire server. That's its own software thing. It has nothing to do with Blizzard basically.
Yeah.
And now
they are doing it with a client.
yes, and then it's just a different game.
Yeah,
like,
true. It's not really
Yes.
the I mean, it's two different code bases entirely.
Entirely,
Yeah.
yes. And the assets as well, right? Because if you're doing it in Unreal 5, they're going to have to redo the entire assets. Those were
Yeah.
normally part of the WoW client. Now they're like, they have to update the graphics at least. I don't know what they're going to do with the art style and stuff, but does that
Yeah.
still look good in like an Unreal 5 engine? I don't know.
Question. I think it's really hard to make a graphically consistent, good-looking game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just
With so many different things, like wow.
yeah, and I mean, then they would have the option now to just give it their own spin. And I mean,
Yeah.
why not at this point? Why not just fork WoW and make your own little branch off of it? That's just slightly different and going off in a different direction, and maybe add your own stuff and so on. And I mean, why not if you have players who like it?
Yeah. I mean, most people have kind of lost faith in Blizzard and what they are
Oh
doing
yeah.
with World of Warcraft.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah.
And I mean, Blizzard also, I did hear about this, right? There was one big private server, the biggest one, I guess. I forget the name, and that got like a cease and desist from Blizzard, and they
And did it have to shut down?
well, they decided to shut it down sort of voluntarily. They could have sort of tried to fight it and stuff, or like evaded Blizzard, but they sort of agreed. And I think they also, I don't know the exact stuff about it, but I think it was somewhat amicable. And the thing was also that Blizzard then started their own classic project, right? You can play official classic WoW.
Yeah.
And I think it's also just people just wanted to have some way of doing that, and now Blizzard was providing it. So the private server, they didn't have quite such a strong moral argument in favor of them. Though private servers still exist, plenty of them. Blizzard just went after the largest one. But of course, there is the classic official WoW stuff. But I don't know how popular that even is. I don't know if people like playing that. Did you ever try that out?
At the start, yes. I leveled one character to max level, but then I went back to retail. But it was very popular at the start.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
that
know
makes
how
sense.
it is now.
There's a big push, right? But now it's been a while. I think they've also released like the next expansion. What was that? Burning Crusade. That's the first expansion. But
I think they are even in Cataclysm.
They might, yeah. And that, but what they did is that for that, I think they, for each expansion, they like open a new server.
Yeah.
And you can't just freely transfer your characters and stuff. And so they've splintered the already small-ish classic community.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a dumb move.
Yeah, maybe the classic community is even larger than the retail community. I think WoW still has a lot of players.
Oh, sure,
but
yeah.
if you play it, like a few months ago, I reactivated my account and wanted to take a look at retail, and it felt completely dead.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. But, I mean, surely don't they have at least 1 million players still, right?
I don't think so. Not 1 million. And like retail, when Dragonflight, the current expansion, started, it didn't feel that dead because you could queue up for like PvP, solo queue, and like even as a damage dealer, you wait a few minutes, like 6-7 minutes, and then you get a game. As a healer, you had instant join, and when I reactivated my account now, it was really, really bad. You had to wait a long time as a healer, and I think it was almost impossible to get in as a damage dealer. People still did it, but I think they had to wait for like 20-30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But I guess that's what happens when an expansion has been out for a while, right? And then probably at the start of the next one, there's gonna be millions of players again, right?
Probably. I think not millions.
Really? They don't crack the 2 million
not
mark?
Not even a million.
Not even 1 million?
Yeah.
That can't be true.
I mean, the game doesn't feel that crowded anymore.
Oh my god! That's surprising to me, Marco.
Yeah.
I thought
we could take a look at the
stats
numbers
for a while. I mean, I could see that they dip, when the expansion's been out. But I would think they crack at least 1 million when they bring out an expansion.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm wrong. I haven't been following it. And Blizzard certainly did suffer in like how they're being viewed and how people think about them through all of the drama they've had.
Yep.
But yeah, I guess if you hate Blizzard, you could play Turtle WoW 2.0 soon.
true.
which
But
is crazy to
I
me.
think I will stick to
Yeah,
Ultima
yeah.
Online. For
It's
now.
just I like that. Yeah, Ultima is way
Yeah.
better for sure, but I do think it's crazy that they're just at this point forking WoW. And
Yeah.
I looked into it a little bit, and I think what happened there, and this is my interpretation. I'm not sure. I'm not deep in the Turtle WoW community, but I think what happened is that that server got a sudden influx of sort of lots of Chinese players, and with the Chinese players came lots of money. And
see.
now with all that Chinese money, they're like hiring developers and like
But how is Blizzard not trying to stop them?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, okay, that was Julia Cassian's question. Like, how's Blizzard going to react to this?
Yeah.
And that's a good question. I don't know, and I also at this point don't know what their legal standing would even be when really none of it will be Blizzard assets in any way.
Yeah. But I mean, if they are still using the term World of Warcraft and the same NPC names and stuff,
Well, obviously, yeah,
Yeah.
they can rename it, but it's like, yeah, but then it's for the courts to decide, right? At what point is it the same game and like copyright applies, and at what point is it just a derivative work, right? Like
Yeah.
I can make a Doom clone, right, and
Yeah.
like publish, and that's fine.
but if you make all the assets yourself and
Yeah.
it's not called Doom,
Yeah,
then
and you're not
it
trying
should be
to
okay.
you're not trying to trick people into thinking that it's WoW.
Yeah.
If you just say this is the world of Turtle, and this is our own little thing, and they've already changed stuff. They've like
Yeah.
added goblins and high elves as races. I read
I
about
see.
that, and that's not in classic WoW, right?
No. That's
Yeah,
true.
there you go. With their own starting areas and quest lines and everything.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is very cool. Yeah,
Oh, but thinking about it, I think goblins are there as a race.
even in classic.
Not in classic.
Yeah,
but
that's
later.
the thing. Yeah.
And with high elves, you probably mean blood elves, and they come with Burning Crusade.
So maybe I don't know. They definitely wrote high elves, and maybe
high elves is something else.
maybe they invented that.
Yeah,
Are there no high elves in Blizzard lore and Warcraft
I have
lore?
no idea.
I know about the
I
blood
only know
elves.
the blood elves and the night elves.
There's night elves, there's blood elves, but what
Yeah.
are the normal elves? Just the wood elves or just
I
elves?
think for me, the night elves always were the normal elves.
But they do have like there's in Warcraft there's normal elves because I know from playing Warcraft 3, the
Yeah.
human faction, they have like are those humans? The sorceresses. I thought they were elves.
Probably they aren't. I think they're humans.
They're humans. Fuck. Are there just no normal elves in Warcraft lore?
They are blood elves and night elves. I don't know normal elves. I've never seen them in World of Warcraft.
I think you might be right.
Yeah. Like the night elves are the normal ones.
Yeah, the
I think
purple
which-
ones. The
yeah,
sexy
which you
elves.
also play in Warcraft 3 as a
Yeah,
faction, I think.
absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and the ones you can play since Classic WoW. And the blood elves have like a normal white skin color.
Yeah. I know. I don't like them very much. They're
Yeah.
also the Blood Elf characters in Warcraft were always
They
kind
look
of
arrogant.
assholes. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And the Night Elves don't. They're just dope as fuck and cool and sexy. Like Illidan was also a Night Elf, right? And is that true? Is Illidan, does he look like the Warcraft 3 Demon Hunter?
Yes, he does, exactly.
Yeah, because the Demon Hunter was obviously cool as fuck
Yeah.
in Warcraft.
I mean, they put it as a class in with
That's true.
the Legion
That's right.
expansion.
But yeah, it came way later in WoW though.
yeah.
Yeah, with Legion. That's right. But I mean, that cool dude with the two like weird blades with the pandas on the handles. That was in Warcraft 3,
Yep.
and I would always pick that guy. I played Night Elves a lot as a race, but they're not my. I wasn't good with them. I would always take to build bears, but usually not get there because I would eat shit in the early game.
Yeah. I
Against-
only played Warcraft 2 very casual, not against other players.
Did you ever get into like real-time strategy at all,
Nope.
Marco? Okay, it's
Not
just not
really.
your thing. You'd probably like it because you're so competitive.
I mean,
I think
I'm
you
not
would.
if I'm still as competitive as I was when I was younger.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably I got really into. I mean, Warcraft a little bit. Wasn't
Yeah.
that good at it, but I really got into StarCraft, and especially, man, I got so invested in this. Like in StarCraft 2 when it came out,
Yeah.
I just played that, like, I no life that
I
shit.
never, not only 1 minute in my life, played StarCraft 2.
It's so good, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know where it's at nowadays, but I think when it came out, they really nailed it. It was just a really good real-time strategy game, and I was just so committed. I did nothing else. I just wanted for once in my life. I mean, I'm glad I did this, even though it's kind of weird,
Yeah.
but I really wanted to just go get Diamond League, right?
Yeah.
At that point in time, the highest league that there was.
Yeah.
Later
Did
they
you get
added.
it?
Yes, eventually I did
Nice.
get it. And
Then
then
you were really, really good in StarCraft.
well, listen, it was the start of the game when it came out, right?
Yeah.
It's like you can't compare that to the meta now. Like I would eat
Probably, yeah.
shit completely now. And of course, there's a lot of newbies, but it's StarCraft. There's also a lot of good players. So I got decent for the time, I would say.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, I did at that point play with like, yeah, you can imagine how that goes, right? You have your group of established players and you all go online, you just sort of spar, right?
Yeah.
And we would always hang out and like like two people would play each other and the rest would spectate the game and like talk shit and stuff. And I got into a group like that just to sort of train with them, and oh boy, like that humbles you because some of those people, like I could, beat some of them, but others, you could just tell they're just playing a completely different game.
Yeah.
It's just they're on another level. It's like you play, Allgemeine Entchen, like some stupid
Yeah.
Twinkle
I've seen
Twinkle Little
professional
Star.
StarCraft
Yeah.
gameplay, and yeah, it looks impressive
And
how
they
fast
just
do
play
stuff.
jazz while you're doing Twinkle
Yeah,
Twinkle Little Star.
right.
It's just crazy. But it's I used to love watching like the leagues and online pro StarCraft players, but I didn't appreciate it in the same way like as when I played against those people.
Yeah.
Because you just get more. I don't know. You get a different perspective, I guess. And I don't know. I know that I was never that good, but I could hold my own and had my build orders and could like I had decent macro, I guess. I could
Yeah.
do that because that was like playing a musical instrument because you just basically had to keep the rhythm of always going through all your factories and
And
building
you
all the
have
stuff.
press buttons very, very fast.
Yeah, sure.
In StarCraft.
That sure, and you need all the hotkeys and stuff, but that's just the basics.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It was a lot of fun. I was so happy once I reached Diamond League, and then I stopped playing.
Yeah, I see.
'Cause
I mean,
we're-
you achieved your goal.
Exactly.
so-
Yeah. It's like, isn't that the same for you with like WoW and PvP? Like you make it up the ladder and then
Yeah.
you're done.
I mean, I always wanted to be like make the gladiator achievement, but
What do you
I
get
never
that
did
for?
that.
What is that
You
achievement?
need 2,400 rating,
Okay.
which back in the day I had in the 2 versus 2 bracket, but
Mm-hmm.
there you do not get the gladiator achievement. You have to do it in the 3 versus 3 bracket.
Oh, but then you also
Yeah.
need two other people who are good, right?
That's true. Yeah, and that's kind of hard because
Yeah.
usually I either played with my cousin or with random people. But
Yeah,
I
but
never really
that's
had
probably
3 people.
really hard and frustrating to get with randoms, right?
Yeah, but yeah, it's actually okay. You have like a search tool, and
Then you get
oftentimes
others at your rating.
you find nice people on your rating.
Okay.
Maybe I just wasn't good enough to make it.
All right. I think it's just a matter of practice and time invested.
Yeah, I think so.
I definitely needed a lot of StarCraft training to get
Yep.
to where I got. Who's fighting this? Like, sword
Oh yeah, I
noises?
went into the bank,
Ah, yes.
and someone is fighting his own pet bear.
Why?
Maybe he's leveling that way.
Oh God!
I don't know.
That man is abusing that bear.
Totally. He's probably punching
God.
it with a training weapon.
He's like disciplining the
Yeah.
bear.
By the way, we got 5 colored wood, dull
Oh.
wood boards.
Cool.
And we have 2,429, so we have about half of what we
Yeah.
need. Maybe now it's time for a pizza break.
I think so. That's a
Yeah.
good point. Do you want to put up the pause screen?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like
Where do we
exactly
have it?
12.
Let me open Paint.
Vincent was upset that you removed the world picture, but I don't know.
Oh, I removed the world. What
I don't know.
do you mean?
He wasn't really upset, but I can't explain to you what the problem was. I just noticed his frustration, and he said you did something to
Oh,
the world picture.
did I? I mean, if I open the stream, there is a I think
Yeah,
I.
he reinstated it, and I think you replaced it with the pause screen. So if you can
Oh, I see.
find a different way of doing that, I think Vincent would be
Okay.
more pleased.
I
I
open
have
a new
no
scene.
idea what any of this is. Like I streamed with Steffen the other day, and the way I stream is just I have none of that shit. I just show my screen
Yeah.
because everything else is too complicated for
Okay.
this little
Our
blind
viewers
boy.
can see what we do right now in our OBS because we are uh, streaming the screen, right?
I mean, that's fine. Look behind the scenes. That's just how
Yeah.
the sausage is made, folks.
Browse. Now we have to find out where we had that pause picture. Here we go. All right.
The nice sheep. Yeah, you put so much work into painting this.
Totally.
I have to
30
display
seconds.
it. Yeah.
I don't know if you would see that this is a sheep if you wouldn't know it.
I think you would. I mean, That's the professional Twitch experience. I bet if
Or
Vincent
the unprofessional Twitch.
is Vincent in the stream by now?
I don't think so. We
Yeah,
have
good.
one viewer, which probably is
It's us.
us.
It's incredible.
Wow.
It's real. It's the summer hole, but that's good because Vincent probably would have yelled at me for not muting.
I see.
Yeah.
We would
Although
have heard the
I
Firebot or not.
I do actually think that's kind of cool to leave it unmuted because sometimes I've listened to podcasts where they do that, where they have like a little segment in the break or whatever, and you just cut in a little segment where you just hear people talking in the distance, having fun and stuff, and it's kind of neat.
Yep.
It's kind of not that bad. I have to talk to Vincent about doing that.
Oh, I failed the capture again. Oh, wow. And the next capture, I might fail as well.
It gets even harder once you fail once.
Okay, I think it's 443. Oh, right. It worked. All right, we're chopping wood again, Marius.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Probably
Nice.
for another
But
hour.
that's the MMO experience.
It is.
You can't imagine how many hours I farmed dungeons with my character this week.
But you didn't. Is that more fun though? Then is that more
Yeah, I think so.
engaging than chopping wood?
And you all also like, I think 30% of the time I was farming with guildmates. So
Right.
you have some people around you. Sometimes also in the Discord, but mostly only in the game.
Right.
But still, you have to communicate with the other people and so on.
Are there any Germans playing this game?
I
You
didn't
think?
meet any.
I feel like Germans aren't very interesting.
Yeah.
Don't play fun
agree.
games like this. We say that both
No.
being Germans, but it's true. For
Yeah.
some reason, they would not like this game.
They don't like MMORPGs, I think.
But they play
that
WoW. Germans play WoW.
Yeah, but also not that much.
No?
I
Oh.
don't really know any WoW players except me and my cousin. I never met any real WoW players at university.
So what do Germans play? Counter-Strike?
Counter-Strike, yes.
And only... I mean, I played Counter-Strike. It's a cool
Counter-Strike
game.
is very popular among Germans.
I did like that playing
Yeah.
growing up. I played it a bunch. It's a good game.
I mean, Dark Souls, Elden Ring.
Ah,
I know a lot of
okay.
people who only play like the single-player console games and so on.
Right. Yeah, maybe. Maybe Germans just aren't multiplayers
Maybe, yeah, could be.
because they're not social.
Not me though. I love MMORPGs.
Yeah, but you're like a cool German, just like me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well. All right. Chopping wood.
Yep.
Maybe it was a mistake to put that in the stream title and also in the Twitter message about
Maybe.
how we're chopping
You think
wood.
it's not that interesting.
But it is the truth. So what are you gonna do?
That's true. We changed our stream title to something more exciting, like summoning water elementals for 3 hours afterwards. Because I think that's what we need to do.
Watch me in my swimming pool. Free giveaways. What else attracts people?
Hot tub Ultima Online.
Yes,
stream.
exactly.
I don't think we are that attractive.
You don't think? I would probably.
Maybe we are. I don't know.
I would look great in a bikini. I'm sure.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell that I'm wearing one because of all the hair, but I would look great.
Yeah. So much hair.
Yeah,
You mean
that's
that
a
people
manly
would
body hair.
Mistake it for some cloth.
It is like fur
I
for
see.
sure
I
on
see.
most of my, especially on the legs. But oh well, once you go bare, you never go back.
Yeah. So a few weeks ago, a new season of the show The Boys started. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, that's the superhero show, right?
Yes.
One
right.
of them.
Like
And
an
with-
extra gore superhero show.
With Homelander,
yes.
who has
indeed.
like a lactation fetish or something, right?
Yes, he has. And in the last episode, it was used again, this fetish.
So
Yeah.
I know a little bit about the show. What are they doing in the last season?
Okay, so where do I start? What happened last? So basically, I think I have to go from the start a bit.
Please do. And
Like,
yeah,
and the setup
if you're
of the show.
watching this in the VOD, Marco is great at retelling like shows and stuff.
Oh, but
Like I really enjoyed your
Yeah.
retelling of Planet of the Apes.
but
like
this will
all
be
the
harder in
movies.
English.
I know it is harder. I
Yes.
understand, but come on, you will
So-
grow to the
Yeah.
challenge.
The setup of maybe I have told you once the setup of the series. There's one guy called Yui, and he's walking like over the street with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And then there's like one superhero that can run super fast. And what we as a viewer see is like he is
He's like a
on
Flash.
the street, like on the Bürgersteig, like the walkway,
On the
sidewalk of the street with his girlfriend. And then they are doing their laugh talk, and suddenly his girlfriend like explodes in a explosion of flesh.
gore and blood.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's this super fast running superhero guy, and he's coming back and saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see your girlfriend."
He ran through her.
Like really weird. And that's how basically the whole series starts.
It's a dark deconstruction of superheroes,
Yes.
not as actual heroes and not as villains, but as just irresponsible, dumb humans with superpowers
Kind of.
who have like flaws.
I mean, it really portrays how dangerous it really is
Yeah.
to have such superpowers.
Yeah.
The show. And also, I mean, the thing is, they have superpowers, but I think they are not really helping people. They are superheroes, and there's this company VOD who markets them
Yeah.
as superheroes and makes tons of money, and they make movies and stuff. And they also stage like how the superheroes save people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
actors.
nowadays everything is about marketing and perception.
Yeah, and
So why? I mean, I get the idea of the
Yeah.
show, right? But why? What's appealing about watching it? Is there anyone you're rooting for in this show? Because all the superheroes sound like assholes.
yes,
Like I don't like them.
they are mostly, but I mean there are some that actually have goodwill.
Okay.
Like for example, there's Starlight, one of the main characters of the series.
yeah.
She's a superhero, and she's joining like the Seven, which is like the Seven is the seven strongest superheroes,
Right.
like that,
The top
like the
seven.
Justice League.
Yeah. Avengers.
Yeah, like the Avengers, right? And she's like joining the Seven, and I think she has like very positive ambitions.
Right.
But I think also it might have been in the first series that she goes there, and one of the other guys in the Seventh forces her to give a blowjob.
Oh
like
wow.
immediately.
She's
That's
like
how bad it is.
being sexually coerced.
Yeah.
God, but she really wants the job. It's like in Hollywood, like with
Yeah.
Epstein and stuff.
And she later becomes the girlfriend of the guy whose girlfriend is ran over at the start of the
Ah, okay. Yeah, that good for that guy.
show. Yeah.
Good for both of them, I guess. What's her superpower?
I don't really know. I think something with light and electricity. It's never explicitly said in the show what's
Wow.
her superpower, but there are like light and electricity explosions when she uses them.
Okay. I
And
guess.
also these, they call them soups in the series. They are all like exceptionally strong. So
Okay.
if they would
Right.
shove you away, they could already kill you with it.
Right. And they all have that.
Yeah, and
Okay.
yeah, but to different degrees. Some are not that strong. Some are more like normal humans, but some are very strong and even bulletproof.
I mean, the Flash guy, he ran through the girlfriend. She turned into powder. But just like physics wise, he also got hit by her at the same speed.
Yeah, but I think that guy is one of the stronger superheroes.
Yeah, because he did not turn into powder.
Right. He
And-
wasn't even scratched.
Yeah, so he has to have something else going on there
Right.
besides speed. Okay. Do they ever like what actually happens in the show? What's the plot?
Yeah, the plot is there are, of course, people who hate superheroes because
Right.
they experience something really bad with them.
Yeah.
And there's also one guy, which is also like one of the main characters, who's called Butcher.
Mm-hmm.
Um, wow, this is really hard to tell in German. Like he wants to kill superheroes, and he later meets with the other guy whose girlfriend was run over,
Right.
and who actually there was like Gerichtprozesse.
A court.
Yeah, he went to court
Yeah.
with that VOD company, but
He
he
sued
just get a
them.
bit of money
Right.
and
Okay.
nothing else. And I think the super fast running superhero didn't even really want to apologize.
Of course.
Yeah,
He wasn't at fault.
right.
She shouldn't have been standing there.
Yeah, right. That's also what he says at this point. I think.
Of course.
I think they are even lying and saying she was standing on the street and not on the sidewalk and so
Right.
on. But
Yeah.
that's long ago. I don't remember every detail.
Right. But it sounds like, I mean, I've heard about this show, right? So they're like starting a sort of anti-superhero activist group. Is that
Yes,
correct?
right. That's a group which is led by Bacha and which Yui, the guy whose girlfriend was ran over.
That's
then
the guy we're
joins.
rooting for, right? We care about Yui and we can identify
kind
with
of.
him.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he's just the normal guy, and then he
Yeah.
comes into this group of like highly skilled people who hunt soups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And
kind of
they meet
interesting.
by kind of coincidence, I think. I don't really remember. I think there's some plot where Yui tries to do something, spy or whatever. But I think he has a confrontation with one invisible superhero in his shop.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and Butcher is also there, but I don't really remember. I remember there's like a fight, and then they somehow manage to electroshock the invisible superhero and put him into a cage at Butcher's group, and Yui is also there, and that's how he kind of joins them.
Okay.
Or maybe he is before that even approached by Butcher. Yeah, I think this is how it went. It's all coming together in my mind again because it was so long ago. I think he is approached by Butcher to put some kind of spionage device,
Sure, a spy device.
spy device into where the Sevens live.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And he actually does that, I think. But the invisible superhero, he sees him and then follows him to the store where he's working and wants to kill him. And but Butcher's, I think, also there, and that's when they electroshock and cage him afterwards.
Right. They abduct him.
Yeah, and then I think for like 2 episodes in my memory, they kind of tried to kill this guy, but it's like very hard to kill him.
Wow. They can't just chop his head off.
No, it's not working because this invisible guy has like super diamond hard skin.
Wow.
And nothing works.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Do they manage to kill him?
Yes, they do.
How do they do it?
With I think they put a bomb in his ass. or something like that.
What? They really hated this guy. What did the invisible guy do to them? Besides just being a
nothing-
superhero.
Nothing special except that he wanted to kill Yui, but I think he also was an asshole.
Okay. So it's fine.
It's portrayed like that.
All right.
Yeah.
We still like
So
Yui.
as a viewer, you see the superhero is really, really an asshole, and so you think, okay,
Yeah, he needs to die by
Yeah,
having
totally.
his
That's
asshole
how you think as a viewer.
exploded by a bomb.
yeah.
You will get ass bombed now. Okay. Well, that's creative. So is there retaliation then? Do the other superheroes come after them because they killed Invisible Man?
Yes, I think they find him later dead. I think they put him in a suitcase.
Oh.
and throw him into the ocean. But one other superhero of the seven, which is called the Deep, is like Aquaman.
Ah, Seaman.
Yeah, and I think his friend sea creatures tell him about the suitcase.
Oh,
I
really?
don't really
He
remember.
can talk to dolphins and stuff.
Yeah, he can. And he
Wow.
also has an affair with an octopus.
Oh God, are
Yeah.
they like all of them perverts?
Yeah, that's the thing of the series. It's a really good series, but it gets kind of more perverted the longer it runs.
Oh.
It's really weird.
But is that a superhero thing in that world that they're all like they have weird fetishes?
Yes, totally.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the last two episodes of the new season, like the new season started and I thought like this is really cool, but the last two episodes were kind of disturbing.
What happened there?
Um
Or what happens in the last season? I mean, that was my initial question. I do want to
Yeah.
hear the disturbing parts, but give me the context.
yeah. I have to think. And solve a capture.
Ah.
All right. So, how did it start? Let me think a bit. So, there was also an intermediate series which is called Gen V, which is about a school of superheroes, like a university for them, which is also kind of important. And it plays between like the last season and the season which is running right now.
Right.
And it's just about like young superheroes who go to a superhero university. And by the way, that's also very perverted. All the young superheroes are already perverted and do perverted things in that school.
Oh God.
But what they do in this series is on that school, there's like a secret laboratory where like one person of that series, which I think is also like the vice president,
Of the
or maybe
school?
not, like a high politician,
Ah.
and she keeps secret that she's also a soup.
Oh.
But she's also, I think, the leader of that school. How do you call it?
Well, I mean, the president of the school.
Yeah. And she has a
The-
secret laboratory there where she wants to develop a virus that kills
Thank you for
soups.
following at Ultima Online Twitch.
Hey, thanks for following.
Thank you for following.
I
hope you enjoy our
Yes,
wood
I hope
chopping.
you enjoy our discussion of The Boys, the superhero show. Careful, spoilers might be coming here, and we're just
Oh yeah.
chopping wood is the thing in actual Ultima, trying to get to our 5K so we can sell it and finance our mage.
Tell us in chat if I shouldn't spoiler the series
Yes,
in my
yes.
broken English.
We will be mindful of that. However, that
Yeah.
said, now I do need to hear this. Now I do
Yeah.
need to hear how the last part is disturbing, and I need you to work your way up there. So we
Yes.
got the school for young superheroes. They're all perverts. They're being led by a
Yes.
secret vice president of the United States lady, also a superhero.
I don't know if she is really vice president.
Oh,
She
okay.
is something high.
Sure.
I don't really remember.
And she's the leader, and she is a laboratory. She has one, a secret one in the school, where they're developing a virus that.
Yes. Like the thing of that series was that the brother of one of the students was missing, but in reality he was in that secret laboratory where they tested the virus.
They tested on him.
I don't
Oh, he
know
was
if they
working
tested
on it?
him.
What was he doing in the lab?
Man, I don't remember. I watched too many series. But there was, I mean, he was there and he was like,
Well, he was a normie. He wasn't a superhero.
he was a
right?
superhero.
Wait, whose brother was he?
One of the students in this
Ah.
Gen V series.
Yeah, sure.
The series
The Harry
which
Potter
was between
school.
the seasons of The Boys.
Sure.
Yes. And yeah, the thing is, he was in that laboratory, and like the other kids who were searching for him discovered that laboratory. And then there was this virus which was developed to kill soups, and it actually works and kills soups.
Oh, wow.
But they wanted it to be strong enough to kill Homelander.
He's like the top
they,
dog, right?
Yeah, they couldn't manage to make it strong enough.
He's that tough.
Yes, he's
Wow.
that tough.
Okay.
He's also much stronger than all the other superheroes. They all fear him.
Wow. And
Like,
he's a lunatic.
Yeah, kind of.
Right.
But not entirely. Like, I mean,
He's not all bad.
I don't think so. Otherwise, he could have killed everyone already, which he wanted.
Oh.
But I mean, he's still a social animal, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, most people are like
yeah,
part good, part bad. It's just that when, flawed people have that much power, that's a problem. And it tends to make people, it's power corrupts, right?
yeah.
And absolute power corrupts absolutely. Or so I heard. But okay.
I don't know if that's true, but yeah.
Oh, I think it is. So how does the spin-off show Gen V conclude?
Oh yeah, like the kids, they discover the laboratory and
Ah.
uncover all the secrets. In the end, there's a lot of action, and it concludes by Homelander coming there and like beating up the main character kid, which is a girl which
Ah.
has like superpowers where she can control blood.
Ah.
And actually, Homelander lasers her with his laser eyes, which usually kills everyone.
Right.
But she's just going unconscious. And
So
the
she's very tough as well.
so she's one of the stronger soups.
okay.
But she's kind of missing now. And there were two other kids, which were, I think, one of that was the brother, which was trapped in that laboratory, and another girl.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of betrayed the other kids at that school. Not kids, like they are actually almost grown up.
Sure, like 21-year-olds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
playing like
college kids.
18-year-olds.
Well, they're like college age, right? Which might
Yeah,
be
I don't
18.
know how. Yeah, so maybe college age.
But
would make sense.
since it's Hollywood, it's always like 27-year-olds playing 18-year-olds. Yes.
True.
Yeah. Well, all right. But the plot is uncovered. Homelander comes.
Yes.
The virus is destroyed.
Not really. It's saved by the person who made it all.
Okay. So she gets away.
And in the end, she also kills a guy who knows about this, so that she's the only person left knowing about the virus.
Okay.
And that's basically how it ends, but it also ends by the viewers getting the information that now Butcher also knows somehow that this virus exists. And like in the new season, obviously they want to get their hands on the virus to kill the soups. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the start of the season 4, was it?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So they want to get the virus. And yeah, what was disturbing, for example, in the season right now? So
Did you finish watching it already?
I watched the episode that came out on Friday, but
Okay.
the season is not finished yet.
Oh, okay. It's running right now.
It's running right now.
Wow. Okay.
So they found the laboratory
Right.
and went there,
Yeah.
but they went there also together with that high politics person, because she, I think she discovered that they know, and there's also another guy which is he was president of VOD, but in another season he was put in jail. And they get him out, I think. So he helps them. And yeah, they somehow go to the laboratory of the virus. But they are already something bad happened at this laboratory.
What do you mean?
And what happened is they experimented with the virus. And to do this, they wanted to give it rats. And the superheroes get their powers by a substance called V. And like usually you give V to children after they are born. But there's also something called temp V, which you can give grown-up peoples, and then they get superpowers for a short amount.
Right,
of time.
temporary.
Yes, right. And they give this rats to test the virus on them, but somehow I think something was going wrong.
They create super rats.
Yes,
Oh God.
and somehow it is said that the Temp V somehow also went into the Grundwasser, like
the aquifer.
yes, and
Weird
then
word.
they are attacked like by farm animals
Oh,
with
no.
superpowers and super aggressive sheeps that can fly.
That's kind of a silly plot,
And that's
honestly.
that's really gore.
But also like super rats and stuff. That's like very sort of 50s superhero material, like
Yeah.
original Superman fighting giant rats type stuff.
Oh really? Is it?
I don't know. It just
Something
feels
that exists.
very like silly in a way.
Yeah.
But I mean, sure. But I guess they do that then, right? I mean, Homelander can punch a rat
Yeah.
or a
So
cow.
the thing is, like, when they found this laboratory, I think there was only one dose of the virus left. I think they found one of the scientists, which is also the husband of the high political woman.
Ah, yes.
And there was only like one dose of the virus left. And in the end, they have to put this dose into a jeep and throw it out of the stable where they are hiding from the farm animals, so that the farm animals like eat the jeep and all die of the virus, so they don't die.
They kill the animals
So
with
they
the virus.
use like the last dose of the virus just to escape.
And I guess it's not a virus that spreads among all the farm animals.
It's not like übertragbar.
It is not contagious.
It's not contagious over air or something.
Right,
Just
right.
like
Injection.
directly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
And that's the problem. But also, during all these scenes, Butcher staged it so that it looks like the scientist guy was killed by the sheep. But in reality, he
Escaped.
he entführen.
Ah, Butcher abducted him.
Yes, Butcher
Probably he
abducted
wants him to make more virus, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And something that was revealed in the last episode, Butcher was always somehow we are not chopping wood anymore, and that's I was wondering like when I moved around.
Are you full?
Our
maybe?
hatchet is
Oh, did we
gone.
break all the red hatchets or just one?
Just one.
Ah,
but
we
it
have, like,
has
3 more.
500 users. I
Wow.
have to get a new one. I was wondering like for the last minute, why is he not starting? to
But
chop
we
wood?
should have 3 more, right?
Yes.
Just in the bank. How are we doing on wood? Where are we right now?
Let's see.
I mean, we calculated it earlier. We would need at the skill level.
3,695.
Okay, it's a little bit more to go, Marco.
Yes.
Like you're not off the hook yet. It's about 1.4k more. And then I'm actually excited when we reach 5k.
Yeah.
We've never done Discord trading before. That'll be very interesting.
All right. So
Yeah, back to Homelander,
there
please.
was no back to Butcher.
Yes.
Like among this Staffel
Well, series.
season of the so in
Season
the,
if
this
you're
last-
American, series if you're British. Yes.
I see. So in the season there was always we saw that Butcher kind of had hallucinations.
Ah.
He saw his old girlfriend,
Ah.
which is also like the mother of Homelander's child, because
Oh.
Homelander, that's actually
That's
something
so
that's very important.
Convoluted.
Yeah. So it,
So Homelander has a child.
yes, with the ex-girlfriend of Butcher.
So Homelander stole Butcher's girlfriend.
Kind of.
Is that why Butcher hates the soup so much?
No, and I also don't think that I can't remember. I think either his girlfriend had an affair with Homelander, or I don't know if it was completely willingly.
Oh God.
I don't remember.
These
think
guys
this-
are monsters.
Yeah,
No wonder Butcher hates them.
but
But you don't remember the specifics.
it was also a big part of the previous seasons.
Okay.
that Butcher was, I think, searching for her, and she was hidden together with Homelander's child, which Homelander didn't even know.
Oh.
Yeah, and she was like raising this boy, which
Or
is
maybe she was being like hidden away by the marketing company because it would
no,
be.
I think by some CIA people.
Oh, okay. And is there anything special about her?
No, she's just a normal woman.
Is the child somehow special because
Yes,
Homelander?
in the start of the series, not. He
Uh-huh.
looks like a normal boy, but he develops like the same superpowers as Homelander.
Oh,
then.
okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And one thing is also that Butcher kind of wants to save this boy from Homelander's influence.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
So, okay, where were you in this season 4 now? Why did the
Oh,
woman come up now?
I mean, we had abducted the scientist.
Ah, yes.
Butcher
Mhm.
had.
Yeah.
But like in this season, Butcher was always talking to the dead ex-girlfriend. He had like hallucinations.
Ah, yes,
because
yes, that
in
was
the
it.
season before, they took Tempe, and then they found out like you're going to die much earlier if you take too much of it,
Oops.
because it fries your brain.
Yeah.
And yeah, Butcher took too much of it and
Oops.
is slowly dying.
Hmm.
I think he doesn't have much more time to live, and he has hallucinations of his ex-girlfriend,
Oh boy.
the mother of Homelander's son. And there was also like a guy who Butcher was plotting with, which was supposedly like an old CIA friend of him.
Mm-hmm.
But in the last episode, it turned out he was also just an hallucination. And they showed all the
Ah.
scenes where that guy was, but this time with Butcher talking to himself.
It's like a Fight Club. They did a Fight Club Tyler Durden thing.
Yeah, kind of. Because there was a problem. He had abducted the scientist, but the scientist told him that there's no way to make this virus deadly enough to kill Homelander without making it so strong that it will be very, very contagious and kill every soup in the world.
Of course.
And now he has a problem because
His
there's also
child.
now some soups which he likes because in their team they have like Starlight now
Ah, yes. Mm.
and also another girl which has superpowers, which was also abused by some people and given this V substance.
Right.
Um,
And his child, right?
yeah, and Ryan, the son of
Yeah.
his ex-girlfriend, and
Yeah, I guess it's not his son.
yeah, but his
still.
CIA contact then wanted to push him that was always what he wanted, to kill all the soups and stuff, but he's like, oh no, and then it comes out that he actually only imagined this guy.
Right.
And it's also like he imagines his ex-girlfriend, which is always telling him to do good, and this guy, which is always telling him to do the evil thing.
It's like an angel and a devil on the shoulder. Yeah.
Correct.
All right.
And that's basically how the last episode ended.
Ah, so it's okay. Now I'm interested how it ends. Is he gonna
Yeah.
kill everyone or not?
I don't think so, because like usually Butcher was a very like, I mean, he's killing soups, but he is a guy who's using like unmoral or evil means to do it. But it was kind of a thing in this season that always when he was standing before a choice where he used like to use unmoral things,
Yeah.
he always kind of declined. For example, he wanted to abduct Ryan, who is living under Homelander now, and he invited them at his home, and they were there, and he made like cookies for him, and also poisoned them. But then he didn't really want Ryan to eat them, and said they were bad, and so on.
Right. He hesitated at the last moment. Yeah.
And in the end, he threw him in the bin.
So he's kind of got
And
an
I think there was
ethical
also
core.
some other situation which was very like a key moment where he had to decide. Oh yeah, he was talking to that high politics woman to help him with something, and she said, okay, I'll do it, but you have to take like the material your team has on me and give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think Yui has some proof about her doing some stuff or having superpowers, which she's trying to hide. And yeah, then he was about to steal that material and make a deal with that politician. But in the end, he decided to not betray his team.
All right. So he's actually a good guy.
Yeah.
But then he'll probably just not kill all the superheroes.
Yeah, probably not. I wouldn't think so.
Okay, Marco. So what
there's Trevik. I saw Trevik. He was
That's cool.
I'm chopping wood and he
Our
was
protector.
riding there.
Hey, Trevik. Lord Trevik.
Hello, Lord Trevik.
All right. You can
I don't
write-
know if he's watching us right now, but I saw him right here.
We're also on a different character. I don't know if you would
Lord Trevek.
recognize.
Good morning, guys.
Ah!
Smile.
There
hello.
you are. We were just waving to you in game.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show and welcome again. And thanks again for last time, your protection. That was awesome. And we are back today. And we've been at it for a while now, just chopping wood, because that's what we're doing today. Chopping wood so we can sell it and so we have a nice cushion of money.
I need to go somewhere where there are unchopped trees.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's not terribly exciting, but probably once we have the money, we like what are we? Yeah, what are we gonna do with the money? Right? We want to buy lots of ingredients so we can train up the mage.
Yeah, right.
I think that's the plan. Which is actually then more standing around, summoning elementals
Yep.
and stuff.
We should do
And,
something
yeah,
else in the meantime.
kind of. But I mean, we can't set up the mage and have him summon. That's on a script, right? And that's completely
Yeah.
legal to do. And then I guess you can always chop more wood. Or then while we're doing that, we make a third character and I don't know, make him a tamer or something.
Yep.
Although, I don't know. It would.
Also, I think our summoner is like the main character.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We also had a discussion earlier about how to skill up a mage, and there was some kind of, there's a choice between doing it with the arcane skill, with the staff skill, and doing like, as Marco described it, sort of more damaging spells and so on, or going the summoner or necromancer route.
Yes.
Both
That's
of
what
them.
we started.
Yeah, that's what we started with. That's sort of the default thing. Both of them seem to be like PvE routes, and we kind of settled on the summoner thing just because it feels more wizardy in the way that I imagine wizards.
Yep. And we already have a summoner at home.
That's true. Yeah, and yeah, it makes sense.
Yep.
But of course, that needs a lot of ingredients and leveling up.
Yep.
Magery, and that needs money. So that's what we're working on right now.
We also need to find out how many ingredients exactly we will need to buy to run the script.
All of them. Wow,
All of
no,
them.
you're right. Yeah. But it's not that hard, right? It's just you need to look at what we need to summon elementals.
Lord Trevek. Well, how much wood do you guys have? Just an estimate, don't need an exact number.
Well, we should be close to the 5k
Yes, over
wood.
4,000.
Yeah, and then we'll try to sell it on the Discord. We'll probably get about 90k out of it, right? That's the going price that I've heard.
Yeah, we can
Lord
look at
Trevek. He'll buy your commodity.
Oh, that's cool.
That's really nice of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope you can use the boards. I mean, they're good boards, I swear. And then I don't know how much ingredients that will get us, but I guess we can look at what the spell actually consumes, right?
Yes. Probably there's somewhere in the internet the information on how many ingredients you need roundabout.
Oh,
We
yeah,
can
probably on
find
the
it
wiki. Yeah.
And then buy exactly that number.
I bet someone just made a calculator somewhere,
Yeah.
like a JavaScript calculator for.
I mean, many people have leveled this skill before.
Yes, I have actually very early on. Someone told us it might have been Lord Trebek, but I don't think
Lord
so.
Trevek. They are the best boards. They are from the Andarion Forest. That's my faction city smile.
Oh, there you
I
go.
see.
Interesting. You say your
Lord
fact.
Trevek. So they are the best for sure.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we did like the city. Marco described it a little bit to me, and it sounded very nice. And it has like snowy mountains in the north.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, like on the west and the east of the city, there are snowy mountains.
I like snow. Do you you say your faction? Does that mean like your guild, or is factions like another thing in this game that I'm not aware of yet? Do you know, Marco?
I think it doesn't mean the guild, but I don't really know what factions are.
Huh. That's so
I
interesting.
haven't
Marco
looked
has
into
been
it yet.
playing this game now for like 2 weeks, but you still don't know everything.
No, there's way too much to learn.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to stop the script before I can open the bank.
There is a lot of stuff in this game.
Lord Trevec, guilds can join one of the city factions. It's for faction wars. There are 4 cities that are in a
Ah.
constant war.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh man, a faction war in this game must be epic, right? I mean, I imagine it that there's like half the server then meeting in the field or whatever. I wonder, does that ever? I mean, okay, is that true? The way I imagine it, and if that is true, does that ever lead to the server crashing, or are there like problems with that? Because I've probably talked about this. I might have. But in like other sort of open world PvP MMOs I've played, that was always a big problem. If there's like too many people in the same zone, it would kind of start to glitch or even crash.
I think nowadays it's not that much of a problem anymore.
And perhaps also not with Ultima on current generation hardware, right?
Yeah.
Lord Trevec, it's basically a big game of capture the flag. But
Oh,
not
nice.
it doesn't really cause lag or crashes.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's so good that that actually works. And
But there's PvP in that capture flag, right? So you're
mean,
killing
yeah.
each other.
Otherwise, it would just be like, yeah, I don't know. What it's like. Then it would just be a race, I guess. No, I
Right.
assume it's all PvP, but with an
Yeah.
objective, and that's really cool, huh? I guess at some point we should consider joining a guild
Yep.
and joining a faction. Is Prevalia part of a faction? I mean, that's like the capital. That would then seem like automatically the strongest faction. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe it's a starter city, but I don't know if there's really a capital.
Yeah, I just kind of said that, right?
Yeah.
But that's the one city I've read about, I've heard about, and maybe capital is too strong. I guess it is the starter city. This is like saying Goldshire is the
Lord
capital
Trevec,
of Warcraft.
You have to what they call flag yourself. Like you mark yourself as faction flag, and then other players who are flagged can attack you at any time in any city or anywhere and not be penalized.
Ah,
The cities in the war are Andaria, Prevalia, Terran, and Cambria.
thank you. Very comprehensive.
Yep.
That's good to know. And that's so helpful because now we were going through cities and like the map earlier on today a little bit, and I was just trying to get an overview. I sort of just from my own mind, I called the continents like America to the left, Australia in the southeast, and Europe in the east because it's small, the way Marco described it.
Yeah, but the main cities are all on
America?
I think yes, the left continent.
Yes. By the way, correct me if the continents have actual names. We couldn't figure them out, and so that's just sort of what I
Yeah.
called them.
We were looking at this map, and these 3 islands was what we figured out the continents.
Yeah, and we went through a bunch of cities wondering about where to chop wood, and like there are a bunch of cities, and that always makes me curious. I want to see all the stuff in MMOs, but now we have 4 cities that are sort of more interesting than the others, right? There was Andaria, Cambria, was that was
Prevalia?
Prevalia, the capital slash starter city is part of it, and
Terran. Was the
Terran.
last one.
That one, do you know anything about that,
no,
Marco?
I was never there. Also
Okay.
not on my own account at home.
Interesting. So much to discover in this game.
All right. So when I just put the boards in the bank, we had 4,300. Now I chopped like 150, so we're getting close.
Yes, it's very close.
Yep.
Marco, I have not forgotten, by the way, the story of the boys.
Yes.
And yes, I will say again, careful. Spoilers for the boys.
Lord Trevec, I don't think they are split up into continents or anything. I know the new continent is called Wildlands, but besides that I don't know. The entire
no.
world is called Abaddon.
Okay, thank you. That already helps. And now, Marco, though, do you know which one is the new continent?
Yes, the
The
one you called
wildland?
Australia before.
Ah, okay. That's well. I mean,
Yeah.
real life Australia is kind of the wildlands. I mean,
It makes sense.
a little bit,
Yeah.
but I can remember wildlands. Very reminiscent of like I like this TTRPG show Critical Role, and the second campaign was set in Wild Mount. I don't know, just kind of reminds me of that. But other than that, I guess there's no connection except having wild in the title.
Oh, there's a PK killing us.
Oh,
we are
oh.
paralyzed and have no trap pouch. We can't do
I
anything.
think we're just fucked, aren't
Oh
we?
no, I think we are dead.
Okay, but we don't lose that much.
We are dead. He kinda one-shot us when
Yeah.
we came
I
out.
mean, that's to be expected.
The good thing is that always when we have like 500 logs, we put them in the bank, and now
Yeah.
we had just 150 with us.
Yeah. Marco is very diligent about this kind of stuff, and it's great. This was actually, I was
yeah.
surprised. In all this time of chopping wood, that was the first time someone killed us.
Yeah, and aside from that, we are not wearing any armor or something like that, so
Yeah. Like we
It's really
we did
just-
the minimum of combat training. I do wonder though, what is the standard procedure to get
Yeah.
away from that kind of?
And I think there was an arrow indicating that the PK was near. I think that's from the tracking. I think now I
Ah.
know. Maybe next time.
Okay,
Next time one comes, maybe I will
Lord Trevec,
recognize
trap
it.
pouch and then run.
right. To get out of the paralysis and then just run.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just wondering. The one thing is the tracking, right? So you get an early warning signal, and how do you like? How would you use the hiding skill, if at all?
True.
Do you first run and then you can hide?
Can you hide on a horse? Like, I mean, there was that arrow. Like, you have hidden yourself well. I
Just-
should have done that.
In real life, just imagining what that would look like, someone just hiding
But
on a
we
horse.
only have 50 hiding skill. I don't know if that's good enough.
Sure, that's not gonna work, but like, just on principle, how does hiding work? Can you just hide in plain sight and it's like being invisible?
Good question.
I guess I'm sorry, we have so many questions, Lord Trevec. Like, we could also just look at the wiki, I guess. But as we keep discovering, and as I keep saying, there's so much in this game to learn and discover. Though, as Marco said, even if we knew how to use hiding, our skill isn't high enough.
Lord
Probably.
Trevec, so it's best to run a bit and then hide because if they are tracking you and they are a mage, they can reveal you if you're just hidden.
Okay.
I guess that is the other use for tracking, right? To
Yeah.
reveal and literally track
Lord
hidden
Trevec,
players.
but you want 100 hiding so it doesn't fail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So begin hunting. It's still active. I think it's still showing us that the PK is near.
Maybe that's the same guy, Marco.
Probably.
Maybe it would be wise to move to a different city now.
Yeah.
Maybe we can even go to Terran.
Yeah, we can try. I was never.
I don't know
Let's
if
go
there's forest there,
Yep.
but I'm
Me
kind of
neither.
curious to look at other cities. We've just been chopping wood.
So right now I'm just outside of the gate,
Right.
and the arrow is indicating that the PK is still northeast of us, and Trevik is just riding northeast.
Oh my god, are you guys gonna fight?
It looks like Trevik is going to fight this guy.
Okay, now I
Lord
kind of
Trevec,
want to see that.
You need to cancel that arrow.
Oh, I
cancel.
need to cancel that arrow.
Lord Trevec, right-click it to see if it comes back.
Ah, okay. I right-clicked it.
What does that mean, Marco? Like, I mean, the arrow was pointing at your killer or at your corpse? Or what was it pointing at?
It was pointing in a direction
Yes, but what was in
outside
that?
of the screen. I don't know what was there.
Yeah, okay.
But now I canceled the arrow and it's not coming back.
All right.
But it's good to know that if an arrow spawns
Lord
there,
Trevec, so when the arrow appears, it's set on a point where the person was tracked at. It doesn't
Okay.
constantly change when the person runs away.
I see.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. It's like the last known position.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
Lord
like
Trevec,
radar.
It just points to the exact spot you track them at.
Yeah. It's like radar blips that stay around. And then you need to get rid of the arrow. Makes sense. Man, we're always learning so much. Once people start explaining to us.
But like all the wood, which is very close to town, I think we chopped. No. Now we're chopping a tree again.
I guess maybe now it's safe with our brave protector nearby.
Yeah. But it's good that we didn't lose too much.
Do you think the PK even picked up our stuff? I mean, probably, right? Why wouldn't
we
he?
can take a look at our corpse actually, but probably yeah. I think
But
our
maybe-
corpse is just up this road.
Maybe they hope for more, or they just do it out of fun, or maybe they just pick up like colored wood or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Though I guess,
Let's
I
see.
mean, if you kill a newbie and they have 5k wood on them, you can still sell that then.
Oh,
On
I
the
have to
Discord.
stop the script to loot the body. Okay, we got our hatchet back
Okay.
and a seed and one bag.
So he did take the wood.
He took our bandages from our.
Oh, this bastard. Can't even heal. Oh, at least we got the hatchet.
Dr. D. Groper just rode along.
I wonder if that's an actual doctor.
He has his doctor in groping, I think.
Degroping,
Yeah,
right? That's different.
I don't know what that means and how it's different.
What? So groping means. Yeah, what does groping mean? It means, I would say, it means sort of sexually touching someone.
I see.
So that's a very weird doctor to be.
Yeah.
But if you're a degroper, I guess.
Oh, but it was just the D, like just the letter and then space.
Well, but it's, you can. Phonetically, it still sounds like D,
I
as
see.
in
Yeah.
a negative prefix. We're going deep on this doctor.
He just wrote like on the
Speaking-
edge of our screen.
So speaking of which, again, spoilers. Careful. If you don't want to hear spoilers for the latest season of The Boys,
Lord
Mute
Trebek.
us now.
Oh, geez. Going deep on this gropping doctor?
yes, going deep on the groping Dr. D. That's like that's a cool title for a rap album, I think. Like Dr. Dre, Dr. D. Groper.
There's so many doctors. Also in superhero movies. Dr.
Exactly.
Evil.
So for the third and final time, because I need to hear this last bit. Like Marco was telling me about
Oh, yeah.
him watching The Boys. And you said, and this fits now with this groping doctor, you said they're all, for some reason, like really, it was really disturbing. Like, what did you mean?
I mean, there was a lot of very perverted stuff because
I mean, you
Homelander
don't
was
have
having,
to.
like a meeting in his villa,
Right.
and they wanted to infiltrate. And to do this, they stole like a costume of one of the superheroes who wanted to attend, and he was invited by this guy called Tech Knight. And then Yui took that costume and went there, and it turned out that this Tech Knight guy had his sadomaso cave.
Right.
How's it called in English?
Like
I
a
don't-
dungeon.
Yeah,
A BDSM dungeon.
yeah. And then there were these scenes down there
I see.
where
I
they
s- I
try
can-
to do stuff.
You've ballparked
Thank you for
it
following
for me.
at Digital.
Yes, thank you for following. See, Marco, that gets the follows.
I see.
No, but it's I get the ballpark now,
Yeah.
and I guess that
I mean, it's like the whole series because earlier in the series there were at
Yeah.
I don't know how to call it in English, like kind of a festival for like
Sure.
What's Verschwörungstheorie? in
Digital
English?
Cranes. I hear sex dungeon talk. I follow.
yes, that's
Digital
true.
Yeah.
Cranes. Simple as.
Yeah, that's all the best sex dungeon facts here on HeMakesMePlay.
So there was a guy also. He had superpowers.
Yes.
And he could like duplicate himself.
Oh, that's cool. Oh God, I see where this is going.
Yeah, you already know.
Oh,
I don't
no.
have to- I don't have to say more.
No,
They
I-
catched him
yeah.
in the sauna doing
Sure.
stuff to himself.
Of course. Oh God, okay. They had fun with the show, I guess. But that from the very start, right? I told you that's the one thing I know about Homelander. He has like a weird lactation fetish.
Yes.
And I feel like they're kind of trying to make some kind of point on how all these really powerful superheroes, they're corrupted and they're kind of like sexual deviants, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not, I want to be open-minded and stuff, and I'm not trying to yuck anyone's yum. If you get off to weird stuff, more power to you. But somehow they're also weirdly abusive about it and stuff. these superhero guys, the way they're being depicted, and they're making it seem kind of gross in the show. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
And do you think they're trying to make some kind of point on how that's inevitable if you reach that kind of power?
Yeah, I think that's what they want to portray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not like everyone in that show has
But I mean,
like a
it
sex dungeon.
feels at points that the people who make this show lose themselves a bit in that stuff.
Yeah, they're having a bit too much fun with
Yeah,
that.
it's-
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also one, but, you know, it's in the 4th season, and shows as they continue, they tend to
Yeah.
jump the shark a little bit and get more wild and crazy
True.
to keep people watching, like Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Which, yeah,
But I think it's a show worth watching. It's very unterhaltsam.
Entertaining.
Entertaining, yes.
That's right. Yeah, I believe it.
All right, I will put
Yeah, how
our
are we
boards
doing?
into the bank. I think we are almost done.
All right.
Wait, I think we might be able to access the bank from here. No, I tried from outside the building, so I don't have to go around it, but it's not working. Oh no, it's our script preventing us from opening the bank again. All right. Let me give you an update. We are at 4,600. That wasn't
Alright.
much.
Well, we did get killed once.
I
so-
think I will leave the town to south now because I was passing a lot of trees which we cannot
Right.
chop. Can you chop the trees inside the town?
that would be like safe, right?
Harvesting is not allowed in this area.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it would like really deface the city aesthetics, I think, if
Yep.
you just chop down all the trees.
They are not disappearing though when you chop them. They are just getting unchoppable for a time.
They don't even like lose the leaves or something.
No.
Well, but in my fiction, in the model of reality which I have in my head, it will look really ugly to have stumps all over the city.
Yeah. There is an option that you can turn all trees to stumps in the options.
Ah, so they don't obscure the vision.
Yes, exactly.
I bet all those PKs do that, and like all those
Probably.
hyper efficient plays, like those. Okay, Marco, you never played these games, right? Like Quake 3 Arena and stuff back in the day.
No.
I played the shit out of those games, like Quake 3 and Unreal Tournament. I was all over that, the deathmatch arena shooters. And they, especially in Quake 3, they eventually, you know, when people play that at a very high level in like leagues and stuff, 1v1 on maps,
Yeah.
they would do this shit where they like turn all the textures like basically off. It's just all like white and gray surfaces.
Yeah.
And like all the weapons and player models and stuff are just like blobs of
Imagine in what other game people do that.
World of Warcraft.
Black Desert, which I played for a very
Oh.
long time. People somehow
That
can
makes
do it
sense,
that
yeah.
it looks like RuneScape.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah.
they play Black Desert looking like RuneScape. And it actually has really good graphics.
Why do they do it in Black Desert? Is it for performance
Yes,
reasons? So you get
because-
more FPS.
Yes,
Okay.
FPS was very combat relevant in that game.
Yeah.
So the more you have, the faster your character gets and the animations.
Which then, yeah, it's not just cosmetic, right? It
Yeah.
was relevant for the
But
actual
actually,
game.
they changed it now that it's not that important anymore.
They've
Yeah.
updated their netcode or whatever.
Yeah, I think I don't know what exactly they did. They also made it so that the skills, instead of hitting like 10 to 20 times, only hit like 2 to 3 times.
Okay.
They optimized a lot of stuff. But I haven't played it anymore since then.
Are you
So I don't
ever
know how these changes really feel.
going to go back to Black Desert?
I don't know, could be. But
Back to the
I'm
black.
not that motivated.
Well, now you
about
have
it right now.
Ultima.
Right.
Now you have to chop wood for me, Marco. You can't go back.
Indeed.
Yes. No, and it's also, I mean, yeah, Marco is also a person I think who values actual good gameplay over pure aesthetics.
Yep.
And so you also enjoy old school games like
I
this.
also like the graphics from. I like these top-down old graphics. I
Yeah.
don't know why.
Yeah, me too.
I don't need more.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Doesn't
why
have to
would
look
you
that
need
good.
more?
Yeah.
I don't know. Games have become unnecessarily high fidelity. And
Yeah.
it takes like 100 million to make an indie game. And I don't know, at some point something went wrong, in my opinion. We gotta get back to this. It's enough. Or the Quake 3 that looks like it's made from cardboard. But that was, I think, in Quake 3 back in the day, way back in the day, it was probably also like turning down all the graphics and stuff was probably to get all the FPS they can get, right? But the thing is, eventually hardware was so strong that even at the highest settings, Quake 3 would run really smoothly, but people still did that. And
Yeah.
I think it was for them also just to reduce the conceptual complexity of the game and just not have no visual clutter at all and just be completely focused on the relevant thing, which is to like hit your opponent with the railgun.
Yes.
Right? Just in a sea of like gray and white surfaces, hit like the red blob. They've just distilled it down to the perfect essentials of what the game actually is.
Yeah.
And in the process, they have made it completely unwatchable for any spectator and made it look like ass. But I don't know. I mean, I guess they enjoyed it. Though I don't know. Maybe you can. That would be ideal, right? If they see it as like the shitty blob version, and then the spectator sees the beautiful graphics.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, it would. Although, honestly, like, I don't know if you've ever seen that, and I know I'm talking about like ancient shit that like is not relevant for anything nowadays. Though there's probably still 20 people out there playing Quake 3 Arena, but if you spectated one of those guys, you would also not understand what was going on because they move so fast and they like look around so quickly and so erratically. You'd think they're all running an aimbot, but they're not. This is just their muscle memory. And it's, I don't know. People develop crazy skills when they like, do something for a long time.
Yes, that's true.
Like chopping wood. Like, speaking of skills, what's our wood chopping skill at by now?
Lumberjacking is at 75.8.
Oh, wow. We made some real progress.
Yes, and we're also getting colored wood now.
It's awesome.
And we just get a capture, but I solved it without a second try.
Yeah, I bet
I'm not a robot.
You're getting better at that as well.
Yeah.
That would be fun if there's a capture solving skill that levels up every time.
Capture solving championships.
Yeah. And it gives you like 5% damage bonus on everything. But you only get 0.01% XP per capture solved.
Hey, imagine getting experience for the captures.
I guess, yeah, but that would motivate players to solve more captures, and then the owners of the server and stuff could sell that as data to AI companies.
True.
Right? Because many captures were actually used to train or like label data sets and so on.
Yeah.
Though I don't know if they still do that. The captures I don't know. The captures I get are such trash. I only ever solve the audio captures, obviously. But they're so easy. I could just run like a whisper model over that. It would solve it no problem.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Like, I guess it's not really to like keep robots out. It's just to slow them down, right? That's where it has to be nowadays.
Yeah. So the guy with the bot actually has to put in effort.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't just do like 1,000 requests at the same time and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just, it's just, if you even slow it down a little bit, maybe it makes the bots more.
I think we might
manageable.
have 5K if I go to town.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Then we actually did it. And by we, I mean you.
No, we.
Yeah, it's a team effort.
Yes. You make me play.
He makes, and I am he. That's right. Glad we got that cleared up. So how should we go about this? If we do have the 5K, do we just deal with Lord Trebek directly, or should we put it in the Discord?
I think so.
Well, you just answered an either-or question with an affirmative, Marco.
So, Lord Traffic, if you are still here, we have 5K boards.
Are we actually at that now? Confirmed?
Yes.
All right. So, yeah. I mean, Lord Trebek earlier offered us, so he gets dibs. If anyone else wants 5K boards, and he does not want them, then our dear viewers also have, of course, dibs. What's the price, Marco? It's the fair going rate, right? The market price is 90K.
Yeah, we can look that up on Outland Malls, how cheap it is there. So, okay, now we have a commodity and we use it on the log. But we can also do it on the new play. I'm like scared if we make the wood commodity, someone will steal it. I think it's stealable actually.
Oh.
Like when I sold it at home on my main account, I always went to Shelter Island to make it and sell it there.
Yeah, that's why people trade on Shelter Island, right?
I mean, I did it. I don't know if people do this.
Isn't
in
there a
general.
thing where you can't steal on Shelter Island?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why.
So we should also go to Shelter Island, obviously.
I think so.
Yeah. This is just professional.
At least I don't know another way how to make it completely safe.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
Yep. So let's go to Shelter Island and put together the commodity.
Yeah.
Where we take a blank commodity, double click it, and then we aim at the board, and then becomes a board commodity.
And how does that work then? Then you have the board still in your inventory and you have the commodity item, which is like a paper slip or something.
You only have the commodity in your inventory.
It combines it.
Yeah.
And then it's just a tradable commodity.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I think we cannot use the bank on Shelter Island. So we have to take the wood.
Why can't you use that? Is that only for
it's
newbies?
Because only young status can use the vendors and stuff.
Oh, okay. Here. So you do have to transport the wood, which is a little bit dangerous, right?
Yep.
But you only have to get to the moon gate from the bank.
Wait. True, but the moon gate is not inside the town.
Yeah,
I think that's still kind of dangerous.
There's a little bit of vulnerability there.
So what you can do is you can we didn't rent a room yet, or did we?
Not on this character, and actually probably never.
We can rent a room on Shelter Island, but we can access the rented room everywhere. But it makes it so that when you get out of the room, you always spawn where you rented it. So we can access our room from everywhere, but we would always get out on Shelter Island.
Okay, so what we do...
Maybe I'm way too scared of thieves.
No.
Maybe it's not that bad.
This is correct. You just, do this as a default. Because, every mistake you make will be exploited. So you put all the wood and stuff in the bank. Then with an empty inventory, you
Lord
go
Trevec. Okay, think about it. Lord Trevec, before you rent.
Oh, there's an error in our thinking, I think, Marco.
Okay, think about it. Before you rent.
Lord Trevec, get the biggest room you want to live in.
Okay.
Is there you can't rent again once you've rented?
Lord Trevec, because to upgrade you have to get rid of the previous room and all the stuff goes to your bank.
Oh,
okay. So
that's good to know.
The cheap room is 5,000 gold per rental period, and there's large room, loft, 2-story.
Oh, wow.
Okay, 2-story is the largest, which is 12,500 gold per rental period, paid at start of period.
Lord Trevec, the loft is horrible, but the large and 2-story are great.
Okay.
I wonder why the loft is horrible.
So we take either large, which costs 10,000 gold per rental period.
Yeah.
Or we take 2-story, 12,500, which is not
that much more.
Yeah, and it's 1 week, the rental period.
I was going to ask. And that's...
We have to pay it every week.
Out of game. But we have this whole... what's it called? The waiver? What's it called? Right?
It only pays for 10,000. So to use the
it's
waiver
10,000
to pay now, I think right now we can only take the large, not the other one.
Yeah, okay. But then we should probably take the large.
Yep.
I think that will serve
And
us for a while,
this
right?
room is only for the Woodefans. Ildefans
Yeah.
has to get another room.
That's
but
true. But I mean, what's the advantage of having a larger room? You can store more stuff, right?
Yeah, there are four secure container slots available in the large room and only 2 on the small room. And
Right.
that means like containers which are persistent.
Yeah. And I mean, wood funds will probably want to store some stuff, like crafting resources
Lord
and
Trevec,
so on.
no, all of your characters can use the room.
Oh,
Oh, but they are on different account, right? Because we have the crafting account, and for our mage, we have the PvE account.
yeah. And within those accounts, there are different characters.
Yes.
You can have
Lord
3.
Trevec, you can make them co-owner.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
shit. Okay.
Lord
So-
Trevec, and they can use it.
Okay. Now that means you may really want the largest room you can possibly get.
So the 2-story. But the thing is, right now, it
We
costs
don't-
12,500. We got 10,000 from the rental room credits.
Yeah.
So-
Lord Trevec, so all 15 of my characters can use my main and room.
Oh, nice. Okay.
That's really a good argument to get the largest
But then
one.
we can just go to Ildefans
Yeah, I was gonna say.
and take a check of 2,500 and give it to Woodefans.
That's right,
All right.
because they're gonna be roommates anyway,
Yep.
and Ildefon's just handing over rent.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
do this. Wait, what's this?
That was a really good tip.
Bank check
I think
for 5,000.
you saved us a major headache later.
Let's go.
And also, this will make transferring between characters much more smooth.
Yeah, because we can just put it into
in the
secure
containers.
Lord
container.
Trevec,
Yeah.
so understand this. Whatever account rents the room, that's the bank that it'll withdraw from when rent is due.
I see.
I see. So Woodefans account will pay the rent.
Do you
Lord
maybe
Trevec,
want to?
So if you run out of funds on the characters on that account, you lose the room.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe we want to rent it with
Ildefons.
Ildefans. Yes.
I mean, yeah, whoever will have the most money in the bank, right?
Probably Ildefans.
Probably-
We are probably transferring a lot of money.
The thing is,
Ildefons.
Woodefons is gonna make all the money, but Ildefons needs the money to constantly
think-
spend it.
As soon as Ildefans is strong enough to properly fight in dungeons, he will
Ah,
make more money.
Okay.
Because,
Yeah.
like, for example, I have this warrior character on my account.
Lord Trevec, how much would you guys have right now? It'll buy what you have and give you more gold to help you guys.
We have 5,000 bought right now.
Yes. We'd be happy to sell them to you
Yep.
for 90k, which we thought was the going rate. And if you want to invest into our lumber company to have dibs on future deals and stuff, we would be happy to accommodate you. Which is my roundabout way of saying thank you for all the help.
Yep. Also, I rented the room and it now says you currently only have 2,853 in your bank. We need to have it too.
So you tried renting it on Ildefons now.
I have rented it and I'm
Ah.
in it right now and it looks cool. It's just a
Nice.
2-story room.
Where, so how does this work? If you explain this to me, Marco. So
Yes.
from anywhere on the world map, what do you do to go to your room?
You go just into a tavern and
Ah,
then
yeah.
you can enter the room.
Okay. And then you're just instanced into like a different map or something?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me check. Invite player, visit other rooms. How do we make Woodefans a co-owner? That's the question.
That is the question. I bet in this game, I don't know, maybe we have to look at the wiki.
Lord Trevec, go to invite player.
All right, invite player.
Is that like,
Oh, add co-owner. I
oh
have
yeah,
it.
okay.
Oh, and then I have to aim at him. Okay, let's aim at Woodefans. Target Woodefans. And it says player added to co-owners list. Click the button next to them to invite them to this rental room. Wait, but there is no one in the list. I'm confused. Okay,
Maybe
let
you
me
have
get
to
in.
go into a party with them?
Didn't I click Woodefans? I hope I didn't click someone else.
That would be so
But
funny.
there's nobody on the list.
We've got a PK in our, like
Oh,
we
show
just
friends.
Lord Trevec,
rented.
at the top of that
Woodefans.
window, it's on show friends.
I see Woodefans.
All right.
You
Lord
remove the
Trevec,
player.
change
as a
it to show
co-owner.
co-owners.
Okay.
It would be so funny to have some random dude in here
Now I
who just
remove Woodefans.
starts murdering us in our just newly rented apartment.
Visit other rooms. Ildefans. I see. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, Woodafans can now go into Elephant's room, but cannot exit it. Oh no, I cannot exit it right when I got in. I have to wait a few moments.
Oh, okay.
But
Sure.
it works. So now we can get the board safely in town into our inventory and safely in
Lord
town
Trevec,
enter the
if you want
room.
to make me a friend, I can bring you chests. I can walk you through how to use a room if you'd like.
Sure.
Sure.
Why
How do we
is
make
Lord
friends?
Trevec not a friend yet?
I don't know.
This is a
How
grave
do I make him a
oversight.
friend?
Is there like a friends list in this game? Is it like /add?
There's party, but no friends list. I don't see it at least. But maybe friend of the room.
Is that a thing?
Oh wait, let me go back.
Lord Trevec, no friends list, sorry. Just friends on Discord.
Oh,
Oh, of course.
sure.
Um,
Can you tab into Discord?
yeah, maybe you can give us the Discord tag and we can add you. Show co-owners. Wait, we can also make you a friend of our room.
Lord Trevec, Trevec.
All right.
Okay, let's see. By the way, since we are streaming the screen, everyone can see our Discord as well. So,
Which I think is fine, right?
but there's also a streamer mode which is enabled, but I don't know
Oh.
what it does. Maybe it hides
Neither do
some
I.
stuff so that people cannot see it. I don't know.
I'm a total Discord noob.
We need to do some research about it, I think.
Yeah. Normally we hide all this stuff on the stream and you just show one window and stuff. But for
Yeah.
Ultima, we've decided because there's so much tabbing between the windows, we just show the entire screen, and that's way easier to do.
All right.
Lord Trevec, put a period at the end of Trevec. Lord Trevec, and that's my Discord tag.
I see.
Wait. Okay, so with a small t. Okay. Wave to Trevec. Hello. I don't know if we are streaming the window right now. Let me check in the other view. I want to know what the streamer mode is. But no, we're just streaming the screen. It doesn't do anything. So now we have Trevec is a friend in our room.
Very good.
Vodafans as a co-owner.
Because Trevec has such good information and is so patient.
Yeah.
I was very curious about this whole, I'll walk you through what's going on in the room.
Yeah. I think he wants to get in a call with us, right? On Discord.
Yeah, I was thinking about that on Discord, right? So he doesn't have to type out
Yeah.
everything, which is great.
I don't want just to call him unless he agrees.
Tell us what's your preferred method, Trevec, of communication. There is also, that's this whole new feature on Twitch, right? The whole,
Lord Trevec, sure call if you want, guys.
yeah, just call him.
All right.
Marco. That's cool. There's this, what's it called? The Twitch guest star thing.
Yeah.
Right, that's sort of specifically for this purpose, I think.
I don't know what this is, but we can look into it.
It's like you can get, basically people.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a
so
call.
they join via Twitch.
Yeah.
Morning, guys.
Hey,
Hello.
welcome to the show, Lord Trevec. Good to talk to you.
thank
Good to talk to you directly. So, thanks first of all for all the help you've already given us and like all the wonderful instructions. It's been super fun and super interesting. And now you said you can walk us through the room, and I'm very curious.
Yep.
So please
I
walk
was about
ahead.
to get the boards. Like we had this master plan where we get the boards in town and just bring them to the room safely because we are scared of thieves.
Yes.
So that's a great idea. The good thing about buying or renting a room and shelter is if you have a character that is young status and you bring them to your room and you leave the room, you still don't lose the young status, because if you leave the island too early, then you'll lose the young status. So you guys
Yeah.
made a good call on that. until you guys learn, and then you can change wherever you want. But yeah, if you get rid of your room or lose your room, all your stuff just goes straight to your bank. And if you have a lot in your bank, it won't show everything, and you'll have to pull things out of your bank for other things to kind of appear because it all stays in a queue, but your bank can only hold a certain amount of items at a time.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but there is a difference between locking things down and securing items in your house. So
Yes.
the owner account has to be the one to secure.
All
But
right.
here's a couple of chests, and I'll walk you through how you can actually tell what's what. So I'm going to put an item in each of these chests for you, and you need to type this command that says, "I wish to secure this."
I wish to.
Oh wow. And help me get the basics straight. So having a room means only we and persons we designate as friends and co-owners can enter the room. Is that correct?
Correct. Only people who you invite can enter this room, so you're
Right.
safe in the room unless you invite an enemy.
And then
Um,
what is the purpose of securing stuff in the room?
well, I was going to walk you through.
All right.
Say, "I wish to release this" on the other chest because you secured both of them.
I
Go
wish
ahead and say, "I
to
wish to release this."
release this. All right.
Now, say, "I wish to lock this down" on the other chest that you just released. There's a difference between locking down and securing. So if you open up the chest right now, that the secured one, the one to the right, the one that you said,
Yep.
"I wish to secure this," you can freely pull that bag in and out. So you can move that pouch right there around in the bag, the red pouch that I put in there.
Yes.
You can move the key, you can move the pouch and everything. Now open up the chest that you locked down.
Okay, let's try to move it.
You just can't
Oh,
move
you
it.
cannot pick that up. I see.
Ah, okay. So you can
Right.
just probably help yourself as well to organize.
Yeah.
Is that the
Well,
purpose?
you can only have a certain. If you double click on your door, that'll tell you how many secures you can have. So you can only have 5 right now until you upgrade the room.
Yeah.
So when you secure things, you can freely move them in and out and not have to worry about releasing them every single time you want to move something. But if you want to move something out of the lock chest, you pretty much have to say, "I wish to release this" on every single item on the lockdown chest.
I
So
see.
that's why basically everybody just locks down certain things they don't really touch too often because you can only hold so much in each chest and only hold so many items. So
Right.
kind of be aware of that. When you have like a bank box or whatever, you can lock that down and you can just deposit straight into your bank through that as well. Um, Actually,
Right.
Yeah.
be right back. I'm
Sure.
gonna give you guys a little gift.
Ooh. What will it be?
Ah, he's leaving the room and coming
Yep.
back. I see.
I'm wondering what this key is about. Copper key.
The key is nothing important. It's just to lock the chest, but you won't need that. You can actually just throw it away if you want.
Yep.
Hmm.
And these other things, are they trap pouches or just colored red?
Yeah, they're trap pouches. I put them
Okay.
in there just to kind of explain how things work with
Yeah.
lockdown and releasing. The anything that you throw on your floor, you have to lock it down or have to secure it because if you don't, after a certain amount of time, it will just disappear.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's good to know. And that's time based. It's not like based on whether you log out or whatever. So you can't just like stay logged in and items will persist.
Correct. So here
okay.
is this. I would say I wish to lock this down.
All right.
Now that is your bank box. You cannot withdraw anything from it, but if you drop a currency on it, such as this 90,000 gold check right here that I'm buying your wood with,
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Nice.
Let me
Ka-ching.
go
The-
on Wood
you-
funds and give you the commodity.
Yes.
you can go ahead and drag that drag that check, I'm sorry, onto the bank box and it will deposit it straight into your account.
That's so convenient.
All right.
So you don't have to run to a bank, you can
Yeah.
just deposit it. Now that only works with currency. It does not work with every item.
Right.
So you always want to drop that on whatever character is going to be withdrawing, the
Yeah.
money on this account right here, because it will automatically draw from that account. And if it runs out of funds on one of the characters, it'll go to the next character down the list and withdraw the money from that
Ah,
character.
okay.
But
Yeah.
only on that one of your 3 accounts.
Right.
It
And with
even
this,
says how much gold we have. if
So
I click it.
convenient. Do people end up like just staying in their room all the time? Because that's how it seems that you end up being able to do everything from your room.
Yeah, so if you don't have a house, that's how Outlands kind of fixed the housing issue. There's not
Right.
enough houses for everybody, so everybody just has in rooms too. And I have a house and an in room. I love my in room,
Yeah.
Huh.
so I love it because it's very convenient.
So what do you use the house for, if I may ask? Is that just for vacationing then, or?
Um, so I have a couple of other guys that stay with me in game. We have a couple
Ah,
roomies, and we all use that house together. We use the in room as well, but I mean they each have their own individual in
right.
rooms as well. But we do community stuff there. Like we'll just kind of get together, put items there if we're destroying from dungeon runs or just hanging out there. Really, it's
That makes
Yeah.
complete sense. Yes.
yeah, it's more for showing off because nobody can see my in room unless I'm streaming or if I'm
Yeah.
just kind of inviting everybody on the server
Right.
in there. But everybody can see my house decoration and stuff. So it's kind of a,
Of
I guess, just a
course.
way of showing off.
It's a
Yeah.
prestige object, just like in real life, a huge villa is. And it's also cool to have roommates and share it with. That makes complete sense. And then also, like the rooms are used for crafting and stuff, right? I've heard about this that you can like can't you install like craft benches?
Yes, you can do that. Stockpiles and such, which hold all of your resources for crafting and
Right.
everything. And yes, you can load them up and just basically, I run a bunch of crafters off one stockpile, and they just constantly in my end room. That's all they do is just sit there. They go out and get the weekly society quests, and then
Right.
come back and do that all day. That's all they do.
Makes sense.
I see. So these chests, they are a gift from you as well, so we can keep them, or do you want
Oh
to
yeah,
take?
those are yours. You can just type
Oh, cool.
I wish to release these, or actually,
Yeah.
you know what? I have a better item for you.
Oh
Here's
wow.
this. You can get this from any vendor. It's just a little bit of gold. It's really cheap, but that item right there, interior decorator. If you put that in your bag and then you click on something, if it's locked down or secure, you can actually move it around with those arrows.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
nice. So yeah, you can decorate your room.
Yeah,
Nice.
you raise them up off the floor, stack them on top of each other, move them
Ah,
around wherever you
okay.
want. So, and if you ever lose it, go
That's
back to
cool.
recover lost. So you hit that bottom thing, the last thing you were hitting
Mm.
can recover. So that selection down there, halfway down your bar there, recover
How
lost.
do you rotate it? Oh,
That's the
I
arrows,
see.
the very top.
Ah, that's nice. Cool. So now we
And there you go.
can put it closer to the wall.
That's awesome, and
Uh,
thank you very much for all the chests. I guess we got those from Trevec, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
the
Oh, you can
If you guys are
stack
going to
them
store
also.
things in, oh yeah, if you want to secure things in the darker chest right there too, make sure you type you release it and then you secure it that way. It's not just locked down and it's very inconvenient. So when you secure, you can freely move things in and out. Now, your main account can secure items, but
Right.
any co-owner can lock things down,
I see.
and any co-owners can also access any of your chests. You can set them up that way.
I'm wondering why can I not with right click close this
Oh, you have
window?
to hit close on that. You have to hit close at the bottom.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I wish to release this. I think like we have this little widget or gump, how you call it. There's also buttons for release item, lockdown item, secure item, but I cannot click them. Or I can. Okay.
Does
Secure.
that just do the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
All
Nice.
right,
Nice.
that's cool. Are there like also like cosmetic items you can put in your room, like a big,
Oh yeah.
like I don't know, like a statue or whatever? I don't know what I was thinking of.
No, yeah. There's all kinds of things. Come
Right.
to here. Let's leave for a second.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure that must be what people also craft and sell, right? Just like cool, weird items for people to decorate their rooms with.
Yep. So if you type room again and you go to visit other rooms, then you'll see my
Trivek. Now
name
we're
on
a
there.
friend of Trivek's room.
Oh, we
Wow,
get to
okay.
see your room. I bet
Yes.
that's like, oh man, that must be like a cool mansion. Like a crazy. Oh god,
Yeah.
you have to describe this to me
So
now, Marco.
let me describe. But there's a lot going
Is
on.
there music playing in your room?
Yes, there is.
That's like a dope. Or oh man, okay.
There's like a piano which plays by itself. But wait, it looks like it has an organ on top.
Yeah, it
an
sounds like organ
piano.
music. Yeah.
And so there's a. I think this is a bed, and there's a Santa Claus on the bed. Santa Plüschi.
Right.
And there's a chest which is called Paragon chest. And right of the bed, there's I think it's called chimney in English.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
like smoke goes out.
Right, and there's a little fire, very cozy.
Oh wow,
And
nice.
then there's a counter with a few books on it. A rune tome. Oh, I know what this is. You can teleport with it.
Okay.
I think. Wait. If you
Like
double
world
click this-
teleport.
Yeah, there are different locations. I think where you can teleport, or you can
Isn't that? Can't you mark
copy them
those?
into your
That's
own
that's.
rune
I
tome.
know this from back in the day, right? There's the mark spell. Is this what this is used for? You can mark locations and then recall there.
Yes, that's what the rune tomes are a larger version of the rune books. So you mark them with magery, and you
Right.
place them there, and you can either use magery to recall, or you put recall scrolls into them to give them charges. And anything with charges, anybody can use as long as they have 11 mana.
Yes.
They can recall to any location. So that's why if there's a, if you're on a lumberjack or a miner or something, it's good to have a rune book with you and just at least have 11 mana. That way, if you see a red show up, you can actually just try to recall out really quick.
Okay, that's another good trick. Yeah, good to know. But okay, that's learning about the game. Back to this dope room though.
Yes, Traffic also has a bar with like 3 bar stools, I think they're called. Let me click them. Stool, yes. And there's actually a really cool like barrel behind the bar, which acts like as how's that
Oh,
called?
like it's a hip bar thing where you use a barrel as a table.
Yeah, right.
as a
Behind
standing
the bar.
table,
It looks
yes.
like something where the barkeeper would make his cocktails.
Yeah, very
And-
stylish. I
Yeah.
approve.
There's a carpet and a plant. And I think this is like a crafting corner here. A work table is there with a sword on it.
Can these things be interacted with? Like, I mean, not sorry if we touch all your stuff here.
You are not
Like-
allowed to access this. I
All
think
right.
it can be it has a function.
But I mean,
probably.
like cosmetics and stuff. Like, can people like play on the piano and stuff like that?
So you can double click the piano and it just plays the song Stones
Right,
from
but-
online. And
That's
you can
what I
double click
meant.
the Santa Claus and it plays I think Jingle Bells, I think it does. But yeah, like the thing in the very corner over here, like the pile of iron is actually the stockpile that holds all my resources for my crafter. And I have it set up to where only the co-owners or anything get into it because like I said, I bring a lot of new players in here and
Yeah.
Right.
help them get, geared out a little bit and they'll have access to all my stuff if I don't lock it down correctly.
Sure.
And but I have a bank box here beside of it, the shelf which holds all my reagents and my armor and everything beside of that. Next to that is a repair bench. So if anything is damaged, I can just double click on the bench and it repairs all my items. The next one is a recycler, which when you get into aspects, you'll understand what the recycler is for. It takes any magic items and breaks them down into
Yeah,
Right.
I already know. from my
ingredients
own
and
account.
such.
Yeah.
So that's basically my crafting corner, and that's pretty much where all my crafters just kind of hang out when I log into them and just do their work for a few hours of the day.
So this repair bank also has charges, so you need to charge it up again when it's empty.
Huh.
hmm
So, okay, I have a question, which is, from of all this cool stuff, what is the most expensive, like luxury prestige item you have in here? Is it the piano or like?
The shelf. The shelf
Oh,
is
really?
probably my favorite. Yes, because like I said, it holds all my reagents and everything. Okay, let's say. Okay, let me do this just to show you what it does exactly. Let's say I get into a fight, and I'm showing my character right now. I'm pretty much stripping down to where I have nothing. So let's say I get into a fight and I get my butt whooped. I lose all my gear and everything.
Right.
All I do is come back to this shelf, click on it, hit resupply, and then boom, I'm
Oh
fully armed
wow.
again.
That's cool.
Wow, it's like you have like a Tony Stark Iron Man suit in your home. You know what I mean? Like that scene where he gets on the pen, he gets like set up in a suit. That's how I imagine Lord Trevek
Is this
resupplying.
resupply like an in-game feature of that shelf, or is it like a script?
It is a in-game feature of the shelf.
Oh
Oh
wow,
wow.
okay, that's why it's so valuable.
Yeah, so
That's
you
cool.
set up a loadout to however you want. Like, if you're a mage, you can have a certain amount of reagents that you always put on yourself. You can
Yeah.
put any kind of armor that you have. Now, all this stuff has to be crafted or bought and then loaded into the shelf.
Yeah.
So, like, I have 6,000 garlic, 9,000 black pearl, stuff like that.
Right.
And anytime I need to rearm, I just come over to it, and instead of trying to pull each item individually, I want this many, I have a loadout set up to where I just hit one button, and it gives me the entire loadout all at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's probably the most beneficial thing, because if you're in a PvP situation, like I constantly am, then I'm like, okay, I die, I come back in here, load up, I'm back out in like 2 minutes.
Right. To
Yeah.
get back into the faction war.
That's really cool.
It
So,
is.
how much does such a shelf cost?
Yes, I want to know.
They range between 250 to 500,000.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I see.
Huh.
It really depends on the going rate for the master crafting diagrams at the time, because it takes about 10 of those to make it.
Yeah.
Plus, it takes 2 wood commodities, so 10,000 wood. And you have to have, I think, somebody with 120 carpentry to craft it for you.
Yeah.
So
Right.
all of that combined,
Yeah,
And
we
I-
talked about that earlier. I read that to get to like 120 tailoring, you need like 200,000 leather. Is this the same for other crafting skills as well?
about, yes.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of
expensive.
resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need to put a lot of work.
So that really
into
means
getting,
something
like,
if
a master
someone
crafter.
has 120 carpentry. And I assume like these kinds of furniture items, they can only be player made. Like you can't buy this on NPC shops.
Some things you can buy from the NPCs, but like the chest and such, definitely. The bed is definitely player. Actually, I think pretty much everything in here, but like the organ and the barrel bar, that's not actually made. You can't
Yeah.
craft these.
Hmm.
These are a bought from a specialty vendor that only has them for a certain amount of time.
Ah,
I
it's
see.
like event stuff.
Yeah.
At
Yeah,
least in my mind,
basically.
that's how I label it. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the organ is very cool. That
Yeah.
one that I'm very impressed with. And the Santa Claus also. Like, how much is the Santa Claus? Just it's for me to get a sense of the economy in this game.
Let's see. The Santa Claus. I would say it would probably run for maybe the way it is, because it's also a chair. I mean, that just adds
Oh.
to the flavor.
Yeah.
I would say it could be sold for maybe between 500,000 to $1 million, maybe somewhere around
Oh
there. I would
wow.
just assume. I'm not 100% sure on the
Yeah.
market with it, because I never actually looked it up.
On
But you're not gonna
Outland
be able to find
malls,
it on the
nobody's
Outlands.
selling it, I think.
Well, but that
Well,
means
you won't see it on there, because only certain items show up on Outlands
Oh,
malls. But if
okay,
you
I
actually
see.
check the actual Discord and you type in the search for that, it'll show you what people are selling it for.
it's
And
so rare,
okay.
Marco. It's not on the mall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, like, you probably mean the cell channel on the Discord?
yeah, so you
Search.
I mean, what do
you do a
people?
search at the very top right, and you can see it. Probably type it on there. So it's called Santa plushie.
Oh, there's also a chicken plushie and a demon plushie.
Oh, I'm sure there's all kinds of plushies. I mean, that's why I asked about the weird Santa, because it tends to be these sort of weird novelty items that go for so much money in these games. It sort of reminds me of like Team Fortress hats or something, and if they're like very rare, they were also like super expensive.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty much what they are. If they're rare, they're going to be expensive, and everybody
Yeah.
wants to show off a little bit. So
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But I also appreciate the shelf because that has actual utility. So that makes a lot of sense that's your favorite item. But Marco, are you looking at the Discord?
I did look, yes. It's a Santa plushie.
Oh, right.
You can find it there
Yeah,
for
yeah.
600k, I think. But that's cool.
That's crazy. Those are
That's a
crazy
really
amounts of
great
money.
room.
Yeah, and thanks for
You
showing
can
it to
really
us.
see the work put into that.
Yeah, how long did it take you to kit yourself out like this?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I had a lot of help with the guilds I've been in, and
That's nice.
actually pay for a lot of the stuff. I mean, a long time. It's nothing that I mean, if I would have done a lot of lumberjacking and mining at first, I could have got it a lot quicker. But I went the long route and did a lot of dungeon running, which took me
Right.
a while to get to the point where I was actually killing things that gave good amount of gold. Because now everything I kill drops between 1,000 to 200, I mean to 2,000 gold each kill. So
Yeah.
it took me a while to get
Huh.
to that point. So it's actually more beneficial for me to go dungeon running than it is to go out and mine and lumberjack all day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I can
But all of
understand that.
that
In the
just takes
last
time.
week on my main account, I also did a lot of dungeon running. And I was very weak at the start. But now I go in and it takes only like 15 minutes and my inventory is full. And I think the stronger you get, you probably go in and after 5 minutes you have all your weight if you're stronger.
Yeah, basically. There's one of my roommates right there. That's one of the guys that I do room with, Rooster.
Yeah.
He's a good old guy. He actually used to be my boss. My
Ah,
real
that's
life
Like
cool.
work
in
boss.
like
He
in
got
real
another job.
life, boss. You mean?
It's
Yeah.
cool that you are
That's
roommates,
awesome.
so you're
Yeah.
using all of that stuff together, I guess. Like having roommates in real life.
Yeah. I mean, I love that this is a thing in this game. I mean, this
Yeah.
is not, without like all this economy stuff and the scarcity and so on. And I guess all that also ties into the full loot and the PvPing and stuff. That, I mean, I know I keep saying this, but that kind of stuff, I don't remember that being a thing in World of Warcraft or whatever.
Yeah.
And like, you don't have roommates and WoW.
True.
Sorry, it's just how it is.
And Travik's roommate has a huge pet. I think he's a tamer. And
Right.
it's like a huge bull.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Maybe that's a mount though. It's not a
I think
tamer.
it's bonded. It's probably a tame.
No, he's a mage tamer.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. What class are you playing? Or I mean, I know there's no classes, but like, how would you even call that? What like kit?
I'm what they call a dexter. So
Right.
I am a melee fighter. So I use
Yeah.
fencing, and my attacks are all about speed.
And would you say that is that a PvP build first of all, and is that like the most effective PvP outfit, like being a Dexter?
It depends on the situation. So if I can close the gap, then I can pretty much make a lot of the mage PvPers panic, and they will just kind of run away from me, and I can chase them down. But out in the wild, I'm at a disadvantage because, like, everything's on horseback, so everything moves around quicker,
Right.
and they can keep their distance and either run away or just nuke me. And so it really depends on the situation. Faction wars, it's really weak.
Hmm.
And because you got groups, so if everybody kind of coordinates their attacks, I have to get right up against everybody to fight.
Yeah.
So I actually have a different character I use for factions. I have a ranged archer mage that I use for factions that I really enjoy because I don't have to get right up in their face to fight them. I
Right.
can just kind of keep my distance and be a little bit more safe that way. So it really just depends on the situation of the fight. I find myself surviving more on a Dexter than my mage.
Right.
My dungeon mage, I mean, not my PvP mage, but yeah, I do enjoy the PvP aspect of this on the Dexter more than anything else.
Okay.
Thank you for following at Barely There.
Hey, thanks for following.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
if you don't mind me, I'm so curious about the PvP aspect, and like, it'll be probably a while before we get to see anything epic like faction warfare. But like, I'm curious, how does that work? Is there like anything like a sort of stone paper scissor mechanic, or dynamic rather, where you have like, Dexters, as you say, might not be that effective because they can't close the distance. But if like a team doesn't have any of them, they don't have anything to block with or whatever, and like, is there a balance between different sort of PvP types?
Oh goodness, he sorry, this my buddy here is trying to get me to do something too real quick.
Oh, sure,
So
yeah. If you need to do
there-
anything and don't have time to like be, indulging our intense questioning, that's also, of course, fine. I don't mean to like lock you down here with us.
No, you're fine. Uh, it's kind of hard to describe. So when you're in a PvP situation, a lot of times, like I said, it depends on the situation. There's different dungeons. There's different there's like dungeon wars. There's city wars, and sometimes they're
Right.
mounted, sometimes they're unmounted. And if they're unmounted, you seem to have more time to attack because everybody's on foot, moves around a little bit slower. And in that time, I find that having a mage is really good because you can actually kind of double teleport. So all your dexters, like if you have this item that I'm throwing on the ground right now, that's called a rope, and you can double click that. And okay, I gotta get this back to my buddy really quick. And you can actually click on the ground within like 10 squares of you, and
Should I use
you
it right
can
now or?
you can't do it in here because
I
it's a
see.
house. But if you're out there in the wild or like in a city or something, you can double click that and use that, and it works as a teleport. So a
Oh.
lot of mages will precast teleport, and then they'll use the rope,
Ah.
and they'll double teleport across the
Oh
ground.
wow. Okay.
Where do you
On
get these
if you're
ropes?
if you're mounted, it doesn't really work too well because people can catch up to you pretty quick. But if you're on
Right.
foot, that's a game changer. I
I
mean, a
see.
big game changer. So you'll see a lot of thieves do that. But like I said, it really just depends on the situation. The wars are pretty
Yeah.
good. If you're out soloing, a lot of people will run like a mage alchemist because they can kind of throw explosives and make it stick to the person, kind of like a sticky grenade, and then cast
That's
spells to
cool.
where everything
Yeah.
just blows up on you at once, and you go from 100 to 0 HP in a split second, where you
Oh,
cannot
that's what
recover
happened
from it.
earlier
When
Right.
we got
So
attacked.
when we are paralyzed. After that, we immediately died. Like 2 hits very close to each
But I
other.
mean, I feel like we're so weak. Probably anything will like
Probably. But we
probably
have
doesn't.
100 hit points at least.
I mean, sure. I don't know how
Yeah.
resistances or anything works in this game, but I feel like we have none. So I don't know. But
well, it has a lot to do with the armor as well, and
right.
what armor you wear also helps with magic spells. So if you're wearing
Mm.
heavy plate armor, then something like Mind Blast is going to do even more damage to you than what it would
Yeah.
if you were wearing just like basic leather armor, because of the way that the resistances work with armor. So
But does leather armor help against spells?
it doesn't really help against spells. It's just that you take more damage. The heavier the armor, the more certain spells do damage to you. So if
Okay.
you read about the spells, if you're wearing plate, you're at a big disadvantage against certain spells from a mage.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can take a hit, like a melee hit from anybody. So it's kind of
Huh. Yeah, that's a
double-edged
bit
sword in a
rock
way.
paper
Yeah.
scissor E. I wasn't
So,
aware of that. I need to read up on armor, I guess.
yeah, as a Dexter, you also play leather armor in PvP.
Uh, when I go into PvP, I like to kind of wear bone armor because
Okay.
it's kind of the middle.
Yeah,
Huh.
I see.
Yeah, bone armor was right. It's like one level above leather, right?
It's 2 levels. You have
Okay.
leather, studded leather,
Right.
bone, then ring mail, chain mail, and plate.
Okay. So what's like what's your preferred type of PvP? I get this now. I think that image is unfolding in my mind that there's just different situations for PvP, which is nice. Sounds like there's a bunch of variety, right? If it's like city or if you're out in the field or in a dungeon and stuff. Like I guess the maneuverability makes a big difference. But like, do you have a preference for which type you really enjoy?
My preferred PvP, and this is going to be kind of funny, is the roleplay PvP that one of my guilds does.
Oh, that's
We are
interesting.
allied with the Knights Guild, which is a big roleplay guild, and my PvPer is actually in Pathfinders, which is a big roleplay guild. And we roleplay against against the people who play as the orcs and the I guess kind of like the evil vampires and the brigands. So like the brigands, which are like the road men, they'll show up out in the wild, or the orcs will too, and they'll have these little RP events where they kind of just like kill anybody, or say give me tribute and you can move on, kind of
Oh,
thing.
that's
Yeah.
awesome. I'm
But when
all
we
about
actually get
that.
PvP yeah, so when we actually get into PvP wars, it's not really scripted,
Right.
but there's a story behind it to where we hang out in a city or something, and the city will be on fire, and we will, and which is really awesome because the admins are amazing
I was
in
gonna
this
ask
server, and
about
they'll
that
actually give us
if
the
they
tools
like
to,
get in on it. Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt. Just so excited.
yeah, they'll actually go in there, like put like a bunch of blood, a bunch of fire around the buildings and everything, so it makes it look good.
Wow.
That's
And
so
our
awesome.
two sides will, fight each other. Like we'll say, well, you can have as many people as you can bring, but we only gonna allow like you only have like 3 mages, so we don't have a bunch of mages on one side and only a bunch of dexters on the other. And
Right.
so then we get into those wars, and it's just fun and exciting, and it's a good time. Nobody gets looted dry and everything. That's my
Yeah.
favorite kind of PvP in this
Yeah,
thing because
I get
it's
that.
just a good time.
Yeah, yeah. And then like my previous question about which is sort of more okay about the tactical side and like I guess which sort of makeup of like your army or whatever is the most effective and stuff that doesn't quite apply, right? Because these are scenarios that you guys are concocting, and so game balance
Right.
is I guess not the primary issue there. It that I guess is that a fair way to characterize it? Like you have some kind of scenario in which there are certain confines, and within those you then maybe try to be as effective as possible.
So the RP side, we've done it to where like we say, hey, only archers work out in this because like our
Yeah,
ranger corps will find like a group of like orcs that are out hunting or something like that. But I would say the best combination is always just going to be to have some kind of ranged fighter. I mean, just the ranged is
yeah,
going to be the best because you can keep a distance, you can run when you need to, and you can get in there in the fight and be effective. A lot of people do archery, which is still a little harder to hit all the time with archery, but if you can close the distance enough to where you can get 2 shots off before they escape, a lot of times those will both hit. And if you have enough people that are doing that, the target just drops really quick, especially if you mix magery into it. So explosion,
yeah,
for example, is a delayed cast. I can cast explosion on you, and then I can instantly cast an energy bolt. And by the time the energy bolt hits you, explosion is going off at the exact same time. So you're
right,
actually
Yeah.
taking the damage of 2 spells instantly.
yeah,
And if I put my bow on, the second I cast the energy bolt, it'll shoot an arrow, and if all 3 of those hit you, you're dead. I mean, there's no
yeah,
recovering from it
Yeah.
because it's 100 damage in a split second.
yeah,
And that's my favorite kind right there, and that's a really good tactic that a lot of people use in
yeah,
faction wars and in the city struggles and such.
Yeah.
yeah. That sounds brutal. But
So that's how the mage archer works in PvP. Getting all these 3 hits off
oh
at once.
yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Is the mage arch, just to clear that up for me, is that the one that uses arcane and the staff?
No, that doesn't use arcane. Arcane magic is a whole different
All
tree in its
right.
own. This is just the spell, the 64 spell magery.
I think
Okay.
also the arcane stave is more for PvE, right?
I'm not too sure about it. I haven't really used it, but yes, I would say
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
This sounds amazing fun, Marco. We have to somehow experience all these PvP events. I don't know how. I don't think we are in any position to contribute, but I don't know. We have to be war reporters or something on it. I don't know.
Yep.
Like, I need to see this.
I mean, you can see it in the town struggles. Actually, when I was joining you guys out there when you were mining earlier, there was a war going on in Provalia where it was chaos versus order, and that's the town struggles. You pretty much just sign up to join, and it
Yeah.
will throw you on a side, and that side usually gets in Discord together on the main Discord,
All right.
Can you
Okay.
see
and they'll
them
talk to each
even
other,
if
and
you
you
do
can
not
actually run around because
participate?
they can't attack you, but
Ah,
they'll
I
still
see.
be able to run
Yeah.
around the city, and you can watch the war go on
That was my
your enemy
question.
character.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can go there and watch even if you're not participating.
That's awesome because
Yeah.
I mean we're not in a position where we can actually contribute and we would just get steamrolled immediately.
Right.
But that sounds amazing. And I guess the way you learn about this is to look at the Discord and see if an event like that is happening.
Well, it'll announce it in game too. You'll hear that
Oh, okay.
gong in the game, and you'll see
Yeah.
down there it says a town struggle will begin in 15 minutes. You can go
Okay.
see what city that's in, and anybody who's involved in it has a yellow name. Their names are yellow because they can't be interacted with, and they can't interact with you at the time either.
Yeah.
So they just fight each other. And
All
so anybody
right.
you see that has a yellow name running around town, they're currently in one of those town struggles, and you
Yeah.
can run in there and actually watch the fight.
That's awesome. We need to do this at some point, Marco.
Yes.
Like yeah. That's really cool. Like how much how much more difficult resource-wise is it to build up a passable PvP character?
You definitely want to have the funds to replace your gear at a moment's notice
Right.
because you will die a lot. I mean, a
Okay.
lot.
I guess that's the issue, right? I mean, I was thinking about, okay, how much does it take of an investment to get the skills to the point where you're sort of able to contribute, but then it's an ongoing cost, right? Because you die and you have to replenish your resources and your equipment and stuff. And
Right.
yeah,
So you
yeah.
can make a good PvPer in a day. You can
Oh,
just
really?
level up. Yeah, oh yeah, just
All
getting
right.
magery and everything, and you if you want to make a parry mage, getting parry up to 80, getting magery up to 100. I mean, okay, I say a day, probably like a couple of days,
Sure.
because your skills go up pretty quick in this game. But when it comes to aspects, all the aspects pretty much deactivate during
Hmm.
the fight. You can't use your codexes. You can't use your mastery chain link and everything in PvP situations. Even some skills don't work. Chivalry won't work. Necromancy won't work during these situations.
Mm-hmm.
So you can truthfully make a PvPer in just a couple of days. And if you can get the gear, you can get in there. I've seen people go out in PvP fights that just buy leather armor from the vendor,
Oh,
which is
wow.
just a few hundred gold, and then they go out there and they
Yeah.
just get in the fight.
Right. But are they effective with that kind of gear? Or, I mean, is that is it very gear dependent, I guess, is what I'm asking? If the
It
skills are
can
easy to
be
get?
it can be gear dependent in some situations, but really it's about skill. I've seen one
Right.
person go out there and kill 4 people, and
Yeah.
you can't really
That's
say that's
awesome.
gear.
Yeah.
That's all skill. That's experience. That's
Yeah.
knowing what to do. That's seeing a situation that you're like, okay, this is what I think he's going to do, and then predicting it correctly, just from years of experience. And I am nowhere near that. I get my butt kicked if I get in a 2v1 sometimes. I have killed 2 people at once. But it's very rare. If I see two, I'm like, yep, I'm calling for help, and I'm
Right.
backing out, and I'm playing the
Yeah.
long game. So I'm keeping my distance and trying to get one separated from the other, and that takes some time too.
Yeah, but so
So
it's
it's
actually easier to make a PvP character than a PvE character because with a PvE character you have to uh, grind monsters very long to level your aspect, whereas all of this codex and aspect stuff it doesn't play a role in PvP.
correct. There is a war aspect, and there are parts of the aspect that kind of hold over, like the defense part of aspect. So that right there will stick,
Yeah,
but it's still not that big of a difference.
yeah,
There is a war aspect which was a lot more effective, and you can actually use that in town struggles. And if you have a level, tier 15 war aspect character, you're going to just annihilate anybody who's not anywhere near that.
Oh,
Huh.
really?
And that's
Okay.
just for the town struggles and faction wars and stuff like that.
I was actually wondering that thing about the aspects because there's this button PvP mechanics, and let me go to Earth for example. If I go to PvP mechanics, there are a few things listed and deactivated effects. But I think it also says something like I've seen it earlier. So the damage resistance while stationary, it says PvP deactivated effect, PvP activated effects, damage resistance bonus. Does it mean you have this damage resistance bonus against other players? I was wondering.
Yes. So when you go into a PvP situation, that's the only thing that's really working. Is that right there? It's PvP activated effects.
I
That's it.
see. But it works also against other players because I've seen it in the wiki. There's this weird sentence which makes it seem that this PvP activated effect would only work against monsters. Um,
Right. So what I mean by that is if a red jumps me in a dungeon,
yeah.
if he jumps me in the dungeon, my effects are still going on until I retaliate. If I retaliate, boom, my effects are gone.
Ah,
Hmm.
okay. I
Okay.
see.
So if I retaliate, that's it. It is straight skill, straight normal stats.
Yeah.
Um,
That's
but
a
yeah,
good way to
so
do it. I mean, I like that that's how it works.
But so
Like,
as long as you don't attack back, you have this damage resistance benefit. that's cool.
Yeah, you should be able to run. You have a little bit of help.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
Yeah, but so if I understand you correctly, like you can get in on PvP pretty quickly, but like it takes actual skill. Like it's
Yeah.
we still won't be able to do it because it's not a resource problem. It's just an experience and skill problem. Probably we would just get our asses kicked.
best way to do it is just to jump in and do it.
I
mean,
guess
that's the best
so.
way to learn.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I have the best pilot I could possibly have. I can say that because I know Marco is very much into skill-based PvP and MMOs. So I guess
I like it, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm very troubled with the controls of this game so far. I think we need to make a lot of setup with hotkeys and macros
Oh,
before
yeah.
it really can work. Because right now I also don't really know how to target properly. I can only click people, but if I imagine like
in PvP to do that.
clicking people that move around so quickly, I found it really hard.
Is like scripting and stuff a big deal for PvP?
Actually, they've deactivated a lot of scripts for PvP. Certain
okay.
PvP situations. So they made it to
Right.
where you can't really script in it anymore. But selecting is actually pretty easy because you can actually set it to where you can use your scroll wheel on your mouse to just select everything, and you can have it to where it selects only hostile targets.
I
There's
see.
also
Right
the
now the
mass
scroll
select
wheel
option.
does nothing.
Right,
Yeah.
you have to set that up, and that's something that it takes time to go through and actually set up your character for
Sure.
PvP. Like my PvP character works a lot differently than my PvE character, and but the mass select thing, do you guys use that where you just kind of left click somewhere on the screen and then drag and it just makes this big box appear?
It doesn't work.
Okay,
Huh.
so go to options.
All right.
I'm going to walk you through this because this is going to be very helpful for you.
Please do.
Yeah.
Yes, we appreciate this very much.
So you're going to go to options and make sure you're selected on general, and down the right side you're going to go near the bottom where it says health bars and drag select.
Let me see.
And when you're there, you're going to see the very top drop down right there says select all modifier.
Ah, I see. So that's a button you can click to.
So okay,
Do
so
that.
you already have it set in a way.
shift.
To
Right.
shift.
So I do. Yeah. So if you hold down Shift,
I
or
see.
actually if you hold down Alt, you can select things too. Like it looks like you have yours set up differently than mine, but that drag select right there, you can hold down that and it will pull a bar. So if you're out running around chasing somebody, you can actually drag select really quick and select them that way.
The problem is
That's
that
the
this
same thing
bar
for mods
always
too.
appears here in the top left of the screen. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, that's, and you can like I said, it's very different when you actually have this stuff set up. But all you do is if you want to just fight them, you can cast a spell at that, and then you can even have it to where you have a macro that attacks your last target. So you can actually cast a spell and hit that, and it will select last target. So
Oh yeah,
if you select me, you can always just cast a spell straight at me if I'm in range, just by hitting a certain macro.
okay.
It'll be like you cast the spell, and then you just hit last target, and it's going to cast it at that target.
Right. And that kind of script still works in PvP.
It's not a script. You want to hotkey that because they will deactivate scripts in PvP. Only
I
certain
want
PvP
to try
situations.
that right now. I will heal Trevik like this.
Yeah, I hope you're not going to accidentally attack him.
No, like we learned this last time. You can record macros.
Yeah,
I
we did
think.
look. Okay, someone clear this up for me now. So, what's the difference between scripts and macros? Because we did open like a script editor and we looked at it for a while and stuff. Was that a script or a macro?
Scripts is where you write the code. Macros is you have a set of actions which you can
That the game records
modify
and stuff.
with right click and stuff.
Okay.
But you can record macros as well as scripts.
I guess that's where my confusion comes from. Because you told me
Wait,
about
let
that,
me
right?
record this.
Where you can record
Maybe a macro
stuff
is better.
in game and it will like put the idea of the GAM that you clicked on in the script and stuff, which was kind of cool. But I guess I'm just wondering what kind of stuff gets deactivated in PvP.
Okay, right now it's cast. I recorded, Marius, I recorded greater heal, wait for target, absolute target, which is Trevek. I think what we need to do is somehow, if I right click absolute target, you have retarget. But I'm wondering how you put a last target here.
You do all that with hotkeys. So if you go to the hotkey tab, you can on your Razor, if you go to the hotkey tab, you can actually go to and set up a macro or a key. Sorry, a key for set last target or set target, and then you actually have it to where it's set the target, and then you have another key to actually use whatever it is on last target. So you select last target or select current target or next target, and you can actually set all that up to where I can click on your name and it sets you as last target, and then all I do is just cast a spell and then hit that other hotkey, and it'll always do it at that
Right.
last target. So if
Mm-hmm.
my last target
Okay.
changes, I don't have to go into Razor and change the last target. I just do it in game while it's all happening.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, let's set last target to maybe E. Do we have something on E already? Because that's a good hotkey.
Not that I
No.
would know.
Okay, now we have it at E. Now if I... Let me unselect.
I like how you're
I do like
using
this.
Trevek as a target dummy here.
Cast greater heal, and then I press E, and it heals Trevek.
Okay.
I think we are using reagents right now, but that's okay.
It's a worthy cause, learning the interface.
All right.
You got plenty of gil to get more now.
But now I have an idea. If I go to macros, can I delete this again? Remove.
But there is a lot to go through and learn and do that.
Yeah.
Like I said, my PvEer, I use my scroll wheel to zoom in and out. My PvPer, I use my scroll wheel to target anybody and
Right.
everybody I need. It just goes through the entire list until it gets to the person I want, and then all my attacks go to that person because they are my current target.
Right. Yeah, and we'll probably just have to take a while at some point and just set that all up so that it's like comfortable and we're efficient at using it. And it's, we're just learning that over time. We spent, like last time, we spent like probably an hour just going like and debugging scripts and stuff and trying to learn that stuff. And it's cool that all that is so customizable. But then,
Oh, I have another question. I just tried to target myself with that draggable thing, but it's not working.
Oh, you can't target yourself with that.
Ah, okay.
You just have to select yourself and drag your bar down.
Like this. But still,
Yeah.
like here in the target tracker, it says I have selected you. I'm wondering right now.
Right, you still have me as your last target.
I see, okay.
And I mean, there's
As your
probably,
last.
there's not many other targets around, right?
So right now, what I did is I recorded the macro, but this time with the last target hotkey. So that would mean I can select someone like this and then press one button.
It may not target yourself. I don't know if that really works because I don't use that to heal. I have a whole different macro just to heal myself, or hotkey, I say.
That
To
makes
just heal
sense.
myself. It doesn't go off the current target thing. So I can still
that
have
would
that enemy
then
targeted
be-
and not accidentally cast spells at me. So I don't think
Yeah.
it sets you as the last target ever. I think it's like you have to target self for that. And then you can
Yes.
still have the last target set up. So you don't have
But
to keep
so I
switching back
can
and forth.
make another hotkey for that. I could make one hotkey to heal my last target or attack my last target, and one hotkey just for healing myself. That's cool.
Yes.
I mean, that will make sense.
And there is a hotkey for target self,
Mhm.
actually. Okay, let's just set it.
I do a lot of this stuff manually too, just because that's how it used to be back way before
Yeah.
Razor was a thing back in the day, and that's just how I kind of like to play it. I know it kind of makes it worse for me, but I enjoy it. I still
Yeah.
do okay.
How, if I may ask, how long have you been playing this game?
I've been on this shard for 883 days. And
Right. And
so
Ultima Online in general, have you played before this Outlands shard?
yeah, I played back in the 90s.
Yeah, they and I imagine, right? It's like what I was talking about earlier with Quake and stuff. When people do stuff for a long time, you get very, very good at it.
Yeah.
And I bet you can just get used to the interface and just click stuff and like do the rope teleporting combat stuff really, really quickly if you know, you've done it a bunch. and it's just
Yeah.
sort of part of the skill set. That's how I imagine it.
Yeah, it's exactly how it is, and that's why you'll have a lot of, especially thief characters. So when you're running around a dungeon, somebody may stealth up on you and steal something from you, and they
Yeah.
are escape artists because they can't hide for a little bit
Hmm.
after they perform that action, but they can rope and teleport out and they know how mobs react to aggro and such. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
if a mob aggroes something, it's going to be attacking the nearest target, and they'll let people chase them through a bunch of mobs. They'll be like, okay, this mob throws fireballs in a straight line. Anybody who gets hit is going to take like 50 damage per hit. So I'm going to run them through that, dodge the fireball. They're going to get hit by the fireball because they're going to be going through that area the exact time he casts it, and they're going to take a chance of dying, or they're going to have to stop and heal. Then I can double teleport out of that, get out of range and hide, and then I'm scot free. And it's stuff like that
That's
that
amazing.
people,
I
Yeah.
love that stuff. I love that,
yeah,
there's thieves in this game that use the environment and their like knowledge of monsters and stuff for their advantage. That's so cool. It almost makes me want to play a thief, but I also kind of don't want to do that. Just like I don't want to do like PvP, like in a player killing kind of way, because it's kind of mean, and we want to be good people here on the stream. So
You can kill the player
well,
killers. Like,
exactly.
there
yeah.
there are guilds who just stand around, and Pathfinders and Sur do this a lot. Sur is the Night Guild. Pathfinders is the other RP guild. They play as the police force of the server,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
and they
cool.
have guys who just stand in the guild house all day, and they wait for callouts. And somebody will say, "Hey, 3 reds in this dungeon," and then all of a
That's
sudden you
really
have
cool.
10
That's
guys
so
just appear
good.
in that dungeon, and they go in there and they annihilate the reds.
Yeah.
That is what they enjoy. Boss Shot is probably one of the best known for that. He is in Pathfinders, and he just goes and hunts people. And him and Ashanti, when they get together, I mean, they're an unstoppable force, and they're
Yeah.
good guys. They are the good guys. That's what
Yeah,
So
they
that's
do.
cool.
good.
They
And I
sit there
think
and do that.
the game really needs that. People, because otherwise the red guys would just kill
Yeah,
everyone.
it just deteriorates, right? And
Yeah.
then new players have a bad experience and stuff, so the police is actually necessary. That's
Yeah,
so cool. Since you are talking about the guilds, and yes, again, sorry if we ask too many questions. You have to stop us if it gets too much. But if you're not stopping us, I do want to ask you, like, you mentioned a couple of the guilds. Like, what guild are you in? And can you give like an overview of a rundown of like what are the major guilds and what are their like main thing in the game? I get now Pathfinder and the other one you mentioned are good guys. Is there like a bad people guild as well?
I mean, a lot of guilds will have red characters. As
Sure.
for like bad guilds, and and don't take this like they're just a bunch of really mean characters. They do have some, people with some bad attitudes in the guild, but at the same time, GG, which is Globo Gym, which if you've ever
Hmm.
seen or heard of the movie Dodgeball, they had Globo Gym, which they said we are better than you and we know it, and we'll prove it. And that's pretty much their motto. So they have a
Yeah.
lot of guys who go around and cause trouble.
All right.
There's a lot of guilds that RP as the bad guys, like the Orcs and the
Mm-hmm.
Urks and the Brigands and such. They have red characters and they will stop you. But again, that's their RP, and a lot of times if you play along, they're going to let you go scot free.
Sure. Yeah.
And I'll tell you this really fun experience that I had with the Orc Guild when I was a new player, and I was actually out there chopping trees outside of Andaria where you were earlier.
Yeah.
I went to the city and there was 10 orcs lined up in front, which is the players from the Orcs Guild lined up in front of the city, and they said stop, and I stopped, and they said tribute pretty much as their way, or they
Yeah.
say like dirty human,
Yeah.
drop everything you have, stuff like that. I threw a pile of gold on the ground that I had. It was like 500 gold, and they all gathered around it and were like, ooh, shiny, just kind of staring at it. One of them picked it up and the other one said, no, that was mine. And they actually started fighting each other amongst each other to get
Like
the
real
gold. And I was
orcs.
able to just run scot free. And
Oh,
it was
that's
Yeah.
so
the
good.
best experience I've
Yeah.
had in this
Yeah.
game. It's so great. And they play an evil guild too, because every Saturday evening they'll have this thing called the Blood Moon, which they go around the dungeons and they will just murder everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you have, they will just murder you because that's their event. So there are guilds who play as evil guys,
Yes.
and there are some that just want to go around and just wreak havoc. They're not trying to ruin the game; they're just trying to ruin your game, and that's the way. That's like pretty much their motto for a lot of it, and you'll see that, and that's what Pathfinder and Sir fight against. They go
Right.
in there and they stop that.
Yeah.
My guild is the Council of the Sage. We do have some some people who go around and play reds, but they know that I don't like that, so they'll hide it from me
All
because
right.
my one of my characters is in Path, and I don't have an evil character. I fight against anybody who is red. So if I see a red, I'll attack him, and if I see it's like a guild or an ally, I'm like, guys,
Yeah. What do you do
that's a
then?
dilemma with me. Then I'm like, if it gets to the point, then I will jump on my other character and I will at least just push them out of the area.
All right.
But kind of thing. I won't really kill them, but I'll try to force them out.
Yeah, I guess killing guildmates is like that's not on.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
yeah,
not etiquette.
it's not, and it's like a situation where sometimes I just need to back out of it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, you know what? I will come over here, and if you guys are doing this as a bad person, I will go and defend this good guy. I will make you run. I won't murder you, but I'll make it to where they can possibly murder you.
Right. You'll make
And
it
that's
uncomfortable.
Yeah, so it's a bad situation to be in, but it is something that I have warned other people about, saying, guys, I am a good guy. I've done the bad guy thing before. I don't like it. I don't like it if you're picking on somebody who doesn't deserve it. I will fight. But even then,
Right.
I have attacked blue people myself before, simply because they were using the blue status against another player, trying to cause harm, trying to get them killed so they can loot their stuff without actually getting a murder count. Yeah, I have
Ah.
attacked them as a blue character and went gray just to make them back off.
Okay,
So
that
it's
makes
it's
sense.
situational.
Yeah. I bet there's like a bunch of ways in this game to grieve people in general without just straight attacking them. I mean, it's a complex game. I can imagine various scenarios.
But so,
Yeah.
how I understand it, if you attack a red character, you become a gray character? Even
No, if you attack a gray or a red character, you're not penalized one bit. You actually stay blue.
Okay.
And that's the same thing with the thief. So there's two types of thieves. There's what they call gray hands, which can only steal from monsters, mobs, and such.
Yeah.
But there's also a red hand, which steals from players. If you are a red hand thief, even like if I may look blue, but if I'm a red hand thief, anybody can attack me at any time.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
And it acts like I'm a gray character. I just have a blue name, but it acts like I'm a gray character. So anybody can attack me at any time without being penalized, even in
But
the
they
middle of
don't
a
know,
city.
right? Because you have a blue name.
Well, there's ways to detect it. So if you have
Yeah.
detect hidden and you have a certain item with like a magnifying glass of some, I forget exactly what it's called, but a magnifying glass, you can actually go around and scope certain people with that
Oh,
skill,
wow. So
and
you
it will
can
tell
be a
you if
thief
this person's a
hunter.
red hand.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
and
And
that's what a
then
lot
you
of people
know
do.
I can kill this guy
Oh,
without getting
man.
punished.
There's like levels to this. This goes
Yeah.
deep, man. That's so cool.
Right, so you can be in the middle of a city and go, "Hey, this guy's a red hand thief,"
Yeah.
and then start attacking him, and then other people will see that and start chasing him through the city too to kill him. So
Yeah.
it gets really intense,
Also,
and it's so fun.
I didn't even know that you can steal from monsters and stuff. That
Yeah.
hadn't occurred to me. That even that they have an inventory, I guess. But honestly, we haven't interacted that much with monsters.
True.
Well, you can't still. They don't actually have an inventory. It's a skill that you use if you backstab,
Right.
or you just use the actual stealing skill. Like you can't look in their inventory, but if you use the skill stealing, or if you have it built up with your backstabber, you can actually go up to the target and just click stealing and then select them, and it will steal a random item. It can be
Right.
1,000 gold, or it can be an aspect core, or it can be just some lame piece of trash. It really doesn't. You really don't know.
I
Yeah.
see.
But yeah, that is part of the thing. And same thing with backstabbing. When you come out of stealth and backstab, it will randomly grab a piece of loot from their inventory, I guess, but just kind of a random piece of loot will appear in your bag.
Right.
I see.
And you pretty much backstab and steal at the same time. That's what they call a mugger.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. All right.
So there's a lot to this game. There is
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
to this
I
game.
mean-
It would take me hours to just go over all the stuff with this game, but it's best
I
if
can
you guys
imagine.
just kind
Yeah,
of
but
cover it.
you're doing a great job of giving us an introduction and an overview. And I guess if I may, I have one more question that I wanted to ask, because you kind of know our situation now and know I guess you get a sense of what maybe we care about and stuff. And do you have any recommendations for like what kind of characters we could and should be making? Because we now have like this, I guess, PvE mage. I think that's what it's going to be, right?
Yeah.
Like a summoner, necromancer, and then we have like just the gatherer, carpenter type character. And now, if we ever want to at least try out like any of those PvP events or whatever, like that would be another character type we probably want to explore somehow. PvP, like what type of character would you recommend?
A mage. That would be just the best starter
Just an
because you can kind
archer
of keep
mage?
range. You can do an archer mage. You can just make a straight up archer if you wanted to, and just
Ah.
stay back the whole time. That way, you don't have to worry about trying to cast the spells. You just
Yeah.
shoot them and then run away,
Right.
and you can keep your distance. So just start with that if you wanted to. I would not start with any kind of melee fighter just
Yeah.
because you can get trapped easily, and unless you know how to, you can actually make macros and hotkeys to use an explosion pouch or to teleport, across instantly and stuff like that. You can set all that up, but it takes time. And what really sets the game apart from some people is using your keys to move around. A lot of people will just kind of point their mouse and hold down, the right mouse button and
Yeah.
run around like that. In PvP situations, I use my keys because my mouse is free movement and I can actually target people and select different things if I need to
Yeah,
while
that's
still
the
running
first
around with my
thing.
keys.
That's actually the first thing I wanted to do when I started this game, like move with
ASWD,
WASD.
yeah.
And that's how we have set it up now.
Yeah. So I guess that's already it was the right move to do it this way.
Yeah.
Is what it sounds
Also,
like.
there are so many keys around WASD, so you have so many hotkeys. You can set
Yeah.
like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, R, F, C, Q, E, T, G, V. They are all easily reachable.
So my mouse is a mouse that has the 12 buttons on the side of it, and I have each of those set up to do something different. So
I see.
if I'm using my rope or my teleport, I have a key on that set up for each one. So while I'm still using arrows to move around, I can hit one of those and then instantly click on the ground, so I can instantly do a teleport without
Yeah.
having to double click on inventory and then clicking on the ground.
Right.
I see.
I just hit the button and then boom, I'm there right beside the person and smack on
Yeah.
them. And it's stuff like that that just takes time to learn and
Yeah.
just to train up, and you can get it, to where it just becomes natural. I don't even think about doing that stuff anymore.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I think that's actually really helpful advice, or like that's an interesting idea. I hadn't even considered just making an archer, Marco.
Yeah.
Like where it's not even magical. It's just a guy. I get a guy with a bow, right? That's how you make an
Yeah, and I
archer in
see
this
it's
game.
easier to play than a mage in PvP at the start because you just have to click the targets and then attack.
Yeah, and at least yeah, it's like basic, and you can just learn to get that basic thing right.
Yeah.
And yeah, I
So
don't
we
know.
set a hotkey attack last target, and then if we take someone,
Yeah, and most of the
done the
time you
trick.
just probably spent running away anyway.
yeah,
And getting into a good position. But then, yeah, that's interesting. So how do people feel about tamers? I think your opinion before was tamers are boring. Like, because other people have
tamers.
recommended. Yeah, what's the deal with tamers? I guess is what I'm asking. Where do they fit in? I guess it's like not a PvP thing at all, and you just use them to do PvE.
You can. They're useful in PvP in some situations. You have to pretty much have the person stay around your pets because your pets aren't going to move around too fast. You
Right.
can outrun anybody's pets very quickly, very easily. But if you just keep right there around your pets, you keep having somebody chase you on top of your pets are going to help out. But the PvP
Yeah.
side of tamers is not why I hate the tamers. The reason why I hate tamers is because in a way they're kind of like summoners, but not really, because summoners, your pets die really quick and you can just resummon, and you have to be active. You have to watch your mana. Tamers, they just stand there and let their pets do the work, and it's very boring, very lazy, and there's so much damage that they can easily steal from another person the target and the loot and everything. And when it first got remade, like when the tamers got I guess they call revamped to where they made the skills easier, over 50% of the server was a tamer, and nobody else could kill anything because
Wow.
tamers were just going over there and just killing everything, and it was just a
Okay.
lazy game
Yeah.
style in my opinion. And I was like, you know what? That's no fun. That's no fun for everybody else that's struggling, and I hate tamers. So that's
That,
how I see it.
that makes complete sense. That sounds sort of frustrating, but from what I gather, they've also sort of rebalanced that by now.
A little bit, a little bit.
Okay.
Still, yeah. Uh, they have had made other classes a little bit stronger,
Right.
but tamers are still. There's a reason why that aspect and those codexes are always so expensive. It's because they are still one of the best things to play.
Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. But that makes it, I don't know how you feel, Marco, but that really, I think, cleared some things up for me. Because now I feel
Yes.
like, okay, we have a strong setup with like a mage summoner, because that already then has the whole summoning aspect covered, kind of. It like, right? It sounds like there's a lot of overlap with like having pets and stuff,
Yeah.
and also just PvE. And then we have a resource guy, and we have an archer for PvP. Like, that would be a good sort of 3 character combo, I feel like.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So I have to ask, what kind of summoner are you guys going? Are you just going like a necromancer summoner or a magery summoner? What are you? Do you have
Uh,
necromancy?
we wanted to go for the necromancy summoner because how I read it, it's much stronger than if you do not have necromancy, because with the necromancy school you get like buffs. Oh, you're giving us something.
This is going to help you out.
Let's see.
So that right there is your aspect. If you're going to go necromancer
Oh, wow.
summoner, start with death, and
It's
death
the death
aspect
aspect.
is outstanding. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on the little pentagram at the top of your character sheet.
The
It's not
aspect
really a
window.
pentagram, but it's that icon that's up there. Or
Oh
go to
wait, this
aspect. Yeah,
one.
that right there.
Oh wow, I
Yeah,
didn't know you could just click this.
That's like, yeah, more stuff to learn,
Yeah.
always.
That's cool.
So you're going to change your armor aspect down at the bottom, or the whichever one you want to do. You're going to hit the arrow that's beside the armor, and you're going to change it to death. And what you need, if you look at it on the right side to activate it when you actually get there.
Yeah, it looks exactly like the stuff you gave us.
Right. So the death cores are the 4 little ones that I gave you, the 4
Yeah.
darker colored things. Those are the cores, and the distills are the other ones. So you need 4 of one to activate and 2 of the other. And you also need that kit. But the essence, the purple bottles, if you go to the top of your aspect screen right there, you'll see the button that says add.
Yep.
You'll click that, then you'll click back on the bottles, and that'll give you charge. Think of these charges as your fuel.
Yeah.
That right there is how you activate and then keep it active. So now at the bottom right of your aspect window right there where it says unlock aspect, go ahead and click that thing a few times.
Yep. Click again to confirm. And now
There
we
you
have
go.
unlocked it. Yes.
So now you can actually activate it. Yeah, you have to be wearing 6 pieces of armor. So you have to have the gloves, arms, legs, chest, neck, and headpiece to activate the aspect. Now you're not going to be using aspect weapon. You're going to be using the aspect spellbook.
Yes.
You can activate 2 things at
Do we
once, and
have
it has to
to
be
put
either the
our
armor,
spellbook into our hands to use it?
right? But it's you don't want to use that spellbook. You always want to keep that spellbook in your inventory. It's a
I
different
see.
spellbook. So think of this other one that I'm getting ready to give you as a sword that a swordsman would use.
Ah, I see.
Right. Okay.
What would happen if
So
we would use this one?
You mean, Marco, you're referring to the blessed spellbook that was given to
Yeah.
us that has all the spells in
Because
it,
you
right?
can also put it in the hand. Is that just...
you can put it in your hand, but those crafted books right there, or the magic purple ones that you find in the dungeons, they give effects. So your
Okay.
spells will do 5% more damage, or like
I see.
8% more damage and stuff like that, and give you a chance to refund and do so much penetration. And
So I'm
the
just
regular
wondering,
spell book.
if
Go
we
ahead.
wouldn't have this, we could in theory use the regular spellbook and activate our aspect, but then we would miss the additional effects.
Yes, you would miss the additional effects, but you would
Okay.
still get the experience. So
Yeah.
to gain aspect experience, you have to have the aspect active. So if you are wearing the 6 pieces of armor, you can double click on the activate on the right side of your aspect window right there. You can hit activate, and as long as that's active, you're gaining experience in that for anything that you do while you kill things. So different aspects will work with different I guess situations like harvesting. You won't get experience for killing things if you're wearing a harvest
Yeah.
aspect, but you'll get it if you're gathering things with it, or it's situations like that. So it really depends on what you're doing to get experience. Command will only go up if you're using your pets to fight. It's stuff like that.
Right.
And but while you have the aspect active, if your book and your armor is active, you're getting double the experience. If your book is not active, but your armor is, you're only getting the experience just for having the armor
I
activated. So you're
see.
only getting
Right.
basically 1 times the experience. So you can actually get 2 different aspects
Yeah,
and do like a fire book and like a death armor, and you can be gaining
Right.
experience for both.
Yeah.
that's how I understood it, right? You can have two aspects active at the same time, one on armor, one on a weapon. And for us, I guess that's the book. And now one of those would be death. Like, I don't know if it makes any difference if it's on the weapon or the armor, if that changes like the effect of it or whatever.
There are
It
different
does.
effects which you get from the weapon and from the armor.
Right.
Yes.
So like I have no idea how to like build the summoner necromancer correctly. Like would you have death on weapon or armor? And what's the other aspect?
Right now we are having death on weapon and armor
Ah,
because
okay.
if you unlock the aspect, you have it unlocked for all slots. You not just unlock it for one slot.
Right.
Because I unlocked it for the armor, but I could also activate it for the book.
Mm-hmm. And this way, is this what you were just talking about? This way we would get double XP for death, basically, because we have it on weapon
Yes.
and armor. I see. Mm-hmm. Okay. That makes sense.
So yeah, that's what you want to do when you're making a necromancer mage, just a
Right.
straight necromancer summoner. Death on both is just the best.
That makes
And
sense.
your pets will be so much stronger as long as you're using the necromancer pets.
Right,
So there is a
we
difference.
still have to buy a necromancy book.
Which
Marius.
isn't that expensive, right? That
5K.
was, yeah.
We have
like,
97K now.
we have some funds to
Wait,
do
you,
it.
you don't have a necromancy book?
No, we didn't start with the
Oh,
skill,
good.
so we didn't get it, and we still have to buy it.
No, you just okay. So you can just make a character with necromancy, and it'll give you a free book.
Oh, that's
And
actually.
then we can trade this book. Oh wait,
Yep,
is that
there
a
you go.
necromancy?
I
Oh,
guess
so
that's
so
really
if
smart.
you need one, you never have to pay the gold. I guess. Thank you very much.
I mean, eventually you'll run out of characters, right? I guess you could delete characters.
Yeah, you can delete them and remake them. If
Yeah.
I'm making like a trash character, I will make it with chivalry and necromancy. That way, I get a free book of each.
Yeah.
And then after 7 days, I can delete it and do it again.
Okay.
Right.
And you can also go out there to shelter and go near a mage and just say the word necromancy, and then you'll see a prompt appear on your screen that says, if you want to spend 5,000 gold, you can buy a necromancy book.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
necromancy and chivalry books, you should never buy from other players. You can get them just yourself real easy.
Yeah.
Well, you just saved us
Yeah,
5K.
that's what I thought we had to do. Like buy it from the vendor for 5K. But
Yeah.
now we have it.
Yeah, so to raise necromancy, all you'll do is cast spells, and it will start raising your necromancy up by itself.
Right.
All right.
But when you're actually summoning necromancy pets, it is going to be the very first spell.
Yes, I see it.
You see the icon right there? You're going to activate that, and then you will summon like a water elemental, or you'll summon an earth elemental, and it will actually, as long as that effect is active for like 30 seconds, whatever elemental you summon, it'll actually summon a necromancy form of that.
Right.
And that pet will gain the effects of your death aspect and your necromancy skills.
Yep.
That's really cool. I'm like super hyped about leveling a cool necromancer now.
Right now we can only do it with summon creature because we fizzle the elementals all the time. That's
But
what we
we're-
wanted
yeah,
to use
yeah.
gold for.
But we're
Buy
almost
reagent
there.
to level. Yeah.
Now, you can always tell when your aspect is active too, because your armor is black and your book is black now.
Yes.
because
Except
of that.
the robe, but the armor. Yes.
Yeah, your robe's not, but the actual armor itself. The robe
Yeah.
doesn't count as armor, but your actual armor
Yeah.
is
Ah,
that
interesting.
color.
Is that true for all aspects? Is that a way for you to easily look at other players in the game and see what aspects they have active?
Yep, you can see my armor is white, and that's because I'm using air aspect.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
If I go to poison aspect really quick, which is my other build, or one of them, you will see that my armor turns
It's green. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so I guess that's useful also in a PvP situation. You can tell who's like running what kind of loadout.
Yeah. So Marius, if I now use summon creature, it doesn't summon like bears and crocodiles anymore, but skeletons.
Nice. Yeah.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yep, it's basically the same thing. It's just kind of a reskin, but it also gains the effect of your aspect armor, and it gains the effect of your necromancy skills, because like there's a necromancy skill that you can use to actually heal your summons,
Oh,
Yeah.
but it will only work on necromancy pets,
right.
and it's very useful. And same thing with the buffs and such you get from it. So if you actually read about your aspect, it'll actually makes death aspect makes your summons a lot stronger. So you're going to be doing a lot more pet damage, I guess you can say, than normal with all
Right.
that
Yeah.
aspect, especially when you build it up.
So
That's cool.
yeah, we get an effective necromancy skill bonus, a chance for bonus unholy symbols on tick, and chance to inflict disease on melee or spell. Is this just for our spells or also for our pets?
Let's see, chance for inflict disease. I think that might just be yours, but I'm
Yeah.
not 100% sure on that.
I see, but
I
the
never really
damage
used
bonus from the book, does it go on our pets?
These are some hard
No,
questions
it's
we're
the,
throwing at Trebek.
Yeah,
the book. Yeah, the book is just for you.
I see.
All right.
Now the actual summoner's tome, that's how you beef up make your pets stronger, pretty much how you beef up your pets.
Sure.
So your summoner's tome is going to go into effect with that. Same thing with your grimoire. Your grimoire is
Yeah.
going to be just for your spells.
Yep.
And I highly suggest you do one certain thing in your grimoire first thing. And I tell
Yes.
everybody this, I tell everybody the same thing. When you open up your grimoire,
Yes.
you go to page 1,
Yep.
and the very top one, the very top skill. I know you're going to laugh, but create food. Max
Creates
that
a
thing.
magic mushroom bound to caster that restores 25 times mastery divided by 100 mana with a cooldown of 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1
But
minute.
that's great. Then you don't run out of mana.
Yeah.
Is that the
So,
point?
yeah, so there are no mana potions in this game. You have
Right.
to wait for meditation to pretty much regen your mana, except for that. So when you have points into that, depending on how many points, either 1, 2, or 3, if you have it maxed out with 3 points, then whenever you eat one of your summoned mushrooms, which is the food that you'll gain whenever you actually put points into it, it gives you back 25 mana. If you have 100, 100 mana, 100 intellect, you'll get 25 mana out of
Yeah.
that. Or what? Yeah, basically what your skill is. Oh, your majory skill. Sorry, not your intellect, but your majory skill.
Right.
Yes.
So you're going to get that much mana, and if you have it maxed out, you can do that every 1 minute. Believe me, that is a major lifesaver in a lot of situations in a dungeon.
Yeah.
Because if you're out of mana and all your summons die, and you don't have the mana to
Right.
resummon another pet, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
see.
why summoners have a little bit more respect in my eyes than tamers, is because you have
They are a
to
bit harder to
actually
play.
manage your mana, and it's not
Yeah.
a lazy type of gameplay. It is a
Yeah.
very active gameplay, and I love it. My mage is a summoner mage, but I use poison more than anything else.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, that makes complete sense to me with the mushrooms. It's also like, I mean, even if you're not in a life and death situation, I imagine it might make just leveling that stuff up a little bit less tedious because you're not going to run out of mana as
Right.
quickly.
So that's the first thing before you worry about any of your damage or anything.
Right.
If you don't have the mana, you're not going to be able to do all that damage all the
Yeah.
time. So you always want to be able to get mana back quickly. So the first thing is food. Second thing, and this is where a lot of people differ, it depends on how you build your grimoire is how you're going to build your spells.
Sure.
So I go for the weaker spells because those cost less mana, but when the spells go off correctly, they do 2 or 3 times the normal damage. And where my poison does a lot of the damage that I do, this stuff just adds on to it. So a lot of people will do the extra flame strike. They'll go for that.
Yes,
The
the
big
big
spell.
ones.
Yeah.
But I don't do that because my character will lose half his mana if I start using spells like that. Flame strike. But I can cast harm, several times, and fireball several times, and whenever every like 10 or 20 seconds, they'll do increased damage, and my poisons are just doing thousands and thousands of damage on top of that, so
Right.
I can burn things down pretty quickly and never really run out of mana.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
also makes complete sense. Obviously there's a lot of options here, and like we probably just need, to take a while to like look through the wiki and stuff. But it's like all of that is on principle respecable, right? Like we are not locked in once we like
Yeah. There's a
level up a
reset
skill.
spend points
Yeah,
button.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, so yeah, there is a for your grimoire there is a
5 minutes
reset. You can change
cooldown.
that anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that, I mean, it sounds like a good first plan to like. I mean, I love Fireball, so why not level that one up after the mushrooms?
The
Wait,
iconic D&D spell.
yes, exactly. I also,
Yeah.
by the way, just love the idea of this sort of weird necromancer that just goes into dungeons and gets high on magic mushrooms nonstop, so we can like raise skeletons.
Yeah.
That's,
Oh, wow.
yeah. We're just playing a lunatic, but that's that's the life of an adventurer.
Oh my goodness.
That's the D&D
Eating all these
spirit.
mushrooms going around like there's monsters everywhere, just
Yeah,
burning
he's
everything.
imagining
Oh
half
goodness.
the dragons he's fighting, and yeah, sure, that sounds like
It's
a
all
good
happening
time.
in our minds.
Yeah.
But you do not want to go into dungeons without an aspect, at least not like the actual like the real dungeons. So Urkton is pretty much a beginner dungeon. That's the
Right.
one you go
Yeah.
into right after Newbie Island. But when you're actually going into other dungeons, having 100 magery only is not going to help you at all, because
Right.
they're going to still do a lot of damage. So if you read the effects of your aspect, you can see like the armor bonus. So the armor rating bonus, you get plus 20% armor rating right now.
Yeah.
So that's actually going to help you out. And as that goes up, it's 20% plus 5% per tier. So right now you're tier 0, but when you hit tier 1, it's going to be 25%. And then tier 2 is going to be 30%, and so on and so forth. So you get added armor for that. And when you get up to 15, I mean, you're pretty much going to be taking hits left and right. You shouldn't as a summoner, because your pets will be taking the damage. But if
Right.
you do get attacked by monsters, you'll be able to handle it a lot better.
Yeah.
And your pet's going to be doing a lot more damage. So as that levels up, you're going to be a heck of a lot stronger than starting out. So never let the beginning discourage you.
Right.
Right now, you've got it easy. With Death Aspect, you actually got one of the easiest starts to this game right now in the dungeons, because
Great.
your pets are going to be just annihilating everything for you.
Yeah.
It sounds awesome. Like, yeah. I think this was very, very helpful.
Yes.
Because now I feel actually like really equipped. Before that, like we had a plan for today, like, yeah, chop a bunch of wood and then cast a bunch of spells, I guess. But it wasn't quite clear like what the
Yeah.
like path would
We
be.
still need to cast a bunch of spells.
We do, but you know what I mean? Now I feel like we know where it's going, and we
Yeah.
have like a cool like leveling path. Nice music, by the
True.
way. Like for the necromancer and through PvE. But then also, if there's cool events, eventually we can like participate. Maybe at least look at them
Yeah.
with like an archer and stuff. So
Also,
that's
I
a lot
have
of stuff to look forward to.
Yeah, I have another question to our skill template, which we got recommended like in our first session. I was wondering why we have this wrestling skill, and if we really need it, or if something else might be better.
So I would keep wrestling, mainly because of if you do get hit in melee, your spells get interrupted. But if you have
I
wrestling, you have
see.
a chance of them not getting interrupted. So if you
Okay.
have 100 wrestling, it is
Yeah.
awesome. I always
So
highly
yeah,
suggest that. Not only
I
that, but it does
understand.
help with mana regen as well, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's like improved concentration or something. I guess it's just a weird name for the for the skill for a mage.
Yeah.
Well, wrestling is actually just a skill to where you don't have to. There are monks in this game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there are people who, if I wasn't going fencing, I would be a monk.
Oh, wow.
But that's what I use.
Yeah.
I use fencing weapons.
Yeah.
But wrestling is a thing. There's fist weapons and stuff like that where they use, and it's wrestling skills what they go off of.
Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know that a monk build was a thing in this.
And for
Oh, yeah.
mages, it makes so that we can't get interrupted. That's also cool.
Yeah.
Right. You
Because
can't
we
really
will wrestle
damage
off
as
our
a
enemies.
right. You're not gonna be able to do any damage with wrestling
Yeah.
Yeah.
because you have to have a wrestling weapon. And if you have a wrestling weapon, you can't cast spells.
Sure.
So you're not gonna be able to do damage with that, but it will help with interrupts. It just greatly helps with that.
Yeah, makes sense. I think other than that, the skill list seems fine, right? I mean, We had necromancy
Um,
in there. We have spirit speak, right?
Yes, we have Spirit
yeah,
Speak, which makes our
everything
summons
looks great.
stronger.
Yeah, I think that's what
All
we'll go
right.
with.
So we
Yeah,
get all these 200, I guess, for now.
I think that's the
Mhm.
plan for
Yeah.
like the next couple of weeks.
For now, we have to get Magery 200 so that we can cast the elemental summon spells, so
Yeah,
that we can actually fight properly in dungeons.
yeah,
Yeah.
Right, because you want to make it to where you won't. If you're not 100 magery, then there's still a chance of you failing your
yeah.
summons. And if
Yes.
you get to 100, you don't want to fail that at all. So you want to make sure you're able to get that thing in the fight quickly.
Yep. All
So
right.
yeah, you guys kind of got it.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll do now, Marco.
Yeah,
Right?
we have
If
a
you're
plan.
still up for it,
Yeah,
like,
let's set it up.
yeah. We actually will. I guess we have everything now. We'll take elephants to a dungeon.
I
Right?
don't think we need to be in a dungeon. We can
Oh,
do it
because we're
anywhere.
just. Yeah, I
But
guess
I
so.
think we
Yeah.
can stay at
It's like
any
this-
town, but not Shelter Island, because there the skills are kept to 80.
Well, yeah, that's from what I gather, right? It's kept
Yeah.
to 80, or at least you also won't get the
Also,
bonus
we need
anymore.
to find out how many resources we will need.
That's true,
You
and
can
probably
also.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can also gain magery in your in room now safely.
Ah,
So
Oh,
nobody
wow,
nobody can
nice.
bother you. You can actually just stand in your in room and loop it in there if you wanted to just summon all day
Yeah.
and to get your
sure.
magery up. You can do that. And you can even set that up if you log out for the day, give
Yeah.
yourself enough reagents. If you're done playing, you can actually keep your character running on a script to level up magery. That all he does is summon and releases, summon and release, summon and release, and his magery will go up. That's what a lot of people do. There's a script on the UO sites that will level magery up to 100 for you as long as you have the reagents, and that's what a lot
Yeah.
of people do.
Yeah, we did look at that, and that was sort of our intention, which is in a way a little bit anticlimactic. We got all this set up. I'm so hyped to play a dope necromancer, but now all we have to do is sit in our room and cast
Yeah.
spells on a script. But I guess it's we're a mage apprentice. We have to practice a little bit. It makes sense.
Right. Now, I don't use any scripts on my summoner in a dungeon because it's too
Right.
dangerous. I don't use any kind of scripts. I go off hotkeys and maybe a
Makes
macro or
sense.
two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
And
you have to manage so much stuff as a summoner that I think it's hard to write a script which does it well.
right, yeah, because if it misses something or if the script prioritizes something else over another, but you need the other thing to happen more,
Yeah.
then you're in trouble because you're at the mercy of that script unless you turn it off really quick.
Yeah.
And when it comes to actually casting spells, you're going to interrupt your own spell casting. Are you going to, because if you're casting a spell that takes a while to work, you're going to be stuck there for a few seconds
Right.
Yeah.
because of a script starting you at summoning a spell. So I don't use any kind of scripts when it comes to summoners or mages at all. It's
Makes
just too
sense.
dangerous and it takes away the fun.
Yeah.
But
now
so,
we know
yeah.
how to set up proper hotkeys.
Right.
That's good. All right.
But
I'm trying to find the majory script now.
I can actually send it to you if you're looking for the one to level you up. I can send that to you.
200? Yeah.
Ah, you sent it through Discord?
Was
Is
there's
that
one
how this
using
works?
shelf, but we have no shelf.
Uh-huh.
That's nice.
Oh, here's one that actually says how many ingredients we need: 5,000 blood moss, spider silk, and mandrake root.
That's for like summoning
For
elementals
just
now?
for the water elemental from 80 to 100.
Right.
And that means like if one costs 3 gold and we need 15,000, we need 45,000 gold. But I think we cannot carry that many ingredients.
But
That
like
makes
if
it
you can do it in the room, can you like stand next to one of your boxes or something and just somehow set it up that you use ingredients out of the box?
Yes, you can set that up in a script to where it pulls it from a box.
Right.
Here's one that pulls it from a storage shelf.
Yeah, that's what it is right there. I don't know if you can actually set it up to work from an actual chest. I'm sure you can set up a script, but Jason's scripts, which looks like what you're looking at,
Yeah.
he sets his up to come off of a shelf, which is that storage shelf I was talking about that can rearm you in a split
Right.
second.
I
Mhm.
see, yeah, because he also just has the resupply. It's just an overhead message.
Right. It just hits resupply and puts all
Yeah.
the stuff back in you.
I
Yeah,
see.
it's a good little script. So you always level up to 80 in the dungeon, in the newbie dungeon, and then after that, a lot of people will just kind of go to their room or somewhere out in the city and just start casting it all day until they get to 100.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
All right. Should we use this script even though we don't have a storage shelf?
It won't work
Okay.
like you can put the reagents on you. You can carry them. They'll weigh
Yeah.
you down if you put that many, but you can hold like maybe 1,000 of each one if you, as long as you have 100 strength.
Okay.
If you have
Yeah,
100
we have.
strength, you can
I mean,
hold a good amount of stuff.
we don't need to move, right? Even if it's so much that we can't move anymore, it doesn't matter if we're just in
Right.
our room.
We just need to carry it to our room.
Yeah, but you could
Yeah.
carry it piecemeal, right? Carry it to a box in the room, carry another load to the box, put it all in the
Yes.
box, stand next to the box, then put all the stuff from the box on your person and be a weird, overburdened necromancer that's like summoning
It'll
water
still only
elementals.
let you hold a certain amount, though. You can't. Like
Okay.
I've tried that. I've tried to put 10,000 on me. It won't let
Yeah.
me hold that much.
Yeah,
So it'll let
okay.
me hold like 2,000 of each at most, maybe 1,500 of
But
each.
the script will work as long as we have it in our inventory. It will just
Yes.
fail if it tries to restock. Okay.
Correct. If it
Then-
tries to restock, if you run out of reagents, you just check on your screen every now and then or whatever and look at it and just say, "Oh, okay, I need to put more of these in there."
All right. Scripts. New.
But yeah, that's basically just how you do it. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to do it that way. I found it more fun going in an actual dungeon and just killing things and getting majory up that way. But you're
Yeah.
going to fail a lot when you try to summon things to help you out. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I
you
don't
can summon.
know. I'm definitely itching to just get into a dungeon, but I also appreciate that this is just the most effective way to do it.
Yeah. Maybe we can go to around 90 so we don't fizzle like
Yeah, so it's just not that
19 out of
frustrating.
20
Yeah.
spells, because I think you only have like 5% success chance at 80 for those spells.
Yeah, maybe get that skeleton down a little bit, more solid.
Well, I mean, you can yeah, you can summon other skeletons right there over and over again and just use them and they'll fight for you and you can it'll still get your major your necromancy up because you guys do need to get necromancy up pretty high to
Yeah.
get your your spells to help you out with those pets, like to be able to heal your pet and such. You're still going to want to get a vampiric embrace, which will heal. It'll use the corpse of an enemy nearby to heal your pets.
Yeah.
So when you use that, that uses up some of your points on your out of your necromancy to do that. And then you have increased like pet damage as one of the buffs in there as well, but it has to be a necromancy pet. So you can still go over there and use the summon animal or summon creature or whatever that spell is to summon your skeletons, and you still use those in Urkton like you were before. That's still going to be effective for you.
Yeah.
Right, and those don't fizzle like automatically, like because we can actually cast them, and they will still level up like majory and necromancy. Is that
I
correct?
think the summon creature will not because it's too low, right?
Yeah, that's the
Right.
question.
Well,
Yeah.
you have to use other spells higher than that to actually raise your majory up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's why the consideration is okay. If then we use like summon elemental, it'll just fizzle all the time, and then
Yeah.
it will be very frustrating.
That's
in the
why
dungeon.
I thought we can
Yeah.
run the script
Just
until
for a
we
little
have
bit. Yeah.
at least 90, so that we maybe fail 1 out of 2, but we will be good enough to summon actually a strong minion.
I think that sounds like a decent plan.
Yeah.
Even though I
Sounds
agree
good
that
to me.
it's like more fun to go actually into the dungeon, but
Yeah.
I also I want to see the actual big guys in action, like the bigger summons.
All right.
Yeah.
So I
But
think
guys, I'm going to head out for a bit.
Sure.
Wife wants to go hang out. She's been in here kind of waving at me.
Yes,
for
thank
a
you
little
very
bit.
much.
So I
Thank you
wanna-
very much for your help.
Yes,
That
thank
was
you very much.
enlightening
It
and
was epic
for the aspect.
Yeah. I hope we'll see you again sometime in game,
Yep.
and maybe we can repay all the good deeds you have done for us, to you or to others. We'll pass it forward.
That's what I ask. If you guys ever do feel like you need to repay me, please don't repay me. Just pass it forward if you guys can.
That's awesome. We'll see what we can contribute to this wonderful community.
Yep. You guys message me in Discord anytime if you guys need anything.
All right.
Sure.
Have a great day.
You
All
guys
right.
too. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
All right.
All right.
That was awesome.
I hit the disconnect button, so we're not in a call anymore right now. I'm right now buying blood moss. There was one vendor who
Yes.
only had 300. Usually they have like 999. But so I went to another one. I will buy like 1,000 of each, and let's see how much skill we can get from that. Maybe it will be enough to consistently summon the
So what?
elemental.
I never quite got this, Marco. Like,
Yeah.
what does this? We're doing the summon elemental spell, right?
Yep.
That's what we use to level up, or like summon water elemental or whatever. What are the ingredients that one cast actually takes?
I think it takes blood moss, spider silk, and mandrake root
Roll
according
one
to
of
the
each.
script. And I think so. I can look
I mean,
in
it's
our
in the spell
book.
book, right?
Yes. I am looking it up right now. Water elemental. Yeah, I think it's one each. It's always one each, but some spells, like the fire elemental, takes 4 different ingredients. I think that's why you use the water elemental.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because it's 3, not 4.
Yeah.
Okay, spider
All right.
silk.
And then yeah, we just need an equal number of each. I mean, how many can you carry?
I just bought 1,000 blood moss, and yeah, we still have. Oh, I think we are buffed. We can carry 508 right now. I have to factor that in, so I can only buy 1,000 of 2 of them, I think.
Right.
But someone bought right in front of us all the ingredients we need, I think. Maybe we have to go to another town.
Oh, they're like bought out now?
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
Okay.
I didn't know the NPC vendors can run out of stock.
I will put the 1,000 blood moss in our
Bank.
room.
Oh, room. Yeah, yeah. That's so cool.
Enter room. Woodafans is still standing in our room. These chests are so cool.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, wow. We made like leaps and bounds of progress today, I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel really.
We didn't make them. Trevek gave them to us.
I know, but yeah, you know what I mean. Like, I feel
Yeah.
like we've really moved up in Ultima society now with our dope room, due to the help we got for sure. But just also like I feel like my knowledge and overview of what this game is increasing.
Yeah.
And I also just I'm so excited about all the possibilities that there are. Like both paths seem super exciting and also doable, right? Like both going into dungeons and leveling up the aspects and getting stronger, but also like, you know, starting a fun little archer dude and going into weird PvP combat scenarios with like RPing orcs that fight over gold coins and stuff.
Yeah.
That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, I'm really eager to see the
Yeah.
PvP.
We just have to look out, I think, for those town struggles, I think is what he called it.
Yeah.
And yellow people.
All right, now I have to find the mage vendor in. I went back to Andaria where we
Right.
chopped wood because the mage vendor was bought out in Prevalia, and I don't know how long it takes to restock. Maybe only 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, I need to get something to drink.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we take a 5-minute break.
Yeah,
But-
I think that's good.
Do you wanna? Yeah, I thought we set up the script first, but this might take a bit longer, right? To
Yeah,
get the
I think
ingredients.
so.
All right, then we'll take a
Hexam
5-minute.
40. There are a few mage vendors here.
Ah, okay.
Oh, where?
There's some mage vendors. Thank you, by the way. I guess no water for you, Marco. Not yet.
Yeah, but what is here? I don't understand.
Hexam 40. Above and to right of bank is one.
Ah, okay, nice. I will go back to the bank. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So
It's like
above
whatever
and to the
problem we have,
right,
it's like
Wait.
immediately solved
Here
by
we,
someone.
go, here we have the healer. Here we have a bard. Amora, maybe I'm blind.
No, that's my job, Marco. You can't have that one.
I see. Yeah. True. Wait, there's a cook, broker, innkeeper. It must be this building, right? No. Wait, there was a guy looking like a mage. I'm wondering, like for Woodafans,
Yeah.
we have like this little widget where I can set the names to always be there and active, but this widget is like this gump is missing
Yeah.
for Ildefans, and I don't know how to get it.
Is that maybe due to the tracking skill? Because Elephants doesn't have tracking.
No, I
No?
think it should be there, but
Oh.
I don't know what it is and how to get it. It's a mystery.
I don't know. Maybe it was there and you like.
Yeah, it was already there when we made Woodafans. Maybe it was already
Oh.
there when we made Illefans,
That's what I
but
mean.
I right-clicked
Yeah,
it and
you
closed
clicked it
it
away, and now it's gone forever.
forever. Yeah. Because with Ildefans, we don't always see the names of the vendors. Otherwise, I could easily click them if we're not in a building and see it also easier. We need to find out how to get this gump, I think, to see the names of the NPCs.
I'm sure there is like there must. I haven't looked at it, but there must be like just an interface guide on the wiki or something, and
Yeah.
we're just gonna have to study it a little bit.
Oh, I found the mage. Yeah, it's right off the bank.
Are you in Prevalia now, or
Still Andaria.
Andaria,
But now we
okay.
know where the mage is in Andaria.
Right. Yeah, I was
and we
gonna
know it
say.
for Prevelia as
it's
well.
good to get to know these towns?
Yeah. Bye. All right. Let's see. We need spider silk and mandrake root.
1,000 each.
Yes, he's selling 999.
Well, that's good enough.
That's cool. Then we can go into our room
And
and let
start
the
the
script
script, right? And then yeah, feels good. We can then come back from a little break and then
Yeah.
look at our cool magery, how it's gone up. What's our necromancy at right now? Do you know?
50.
Ah, okay.
But we have the book now, so it will get up.
Right. I guess so. That doesn't level up before you have the book.
Yes, I think so.
Okay,
You have
yeah.
to have the book.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, and that's why I guess we didn't do it completely wrong with the way we skilled the character when we started.
yeah.
But I think if you did it again, you would probably start with the necromancy
Yes.
book thing.
Okay, enter your room. Now the script. I set it to a hotkey, but I forgot already. L. L for learning.
Makes sense.
Yes. Okay, I will try it now.
Yeah, we have to see if he actually does it.
Wait.
And it includes, so it casts the water elemental, then it should dismiss the water elemental, and then cast it again, and just loop, I guess.
Yep. Wait, where did he put it? This is the spider silk, blood moss. Where's the mandrake root? I'm wondering. Do we have it? Where did it end up?
So many bags.
Maybe I forgot to buy the mandrake root?
Maybe you were full.
I thought I bought it.
Maybe it got stolen.
No way.
No?
Did somebody steal our mandrake root?
I mean, it's possible.
No, wait. We lost only around 10,000 gold. I couldn't have bought it because... Oh, wait, no. No, we lost exactly the right amount. Somebody must have stolen it.
I mean, is that
No,
ever...
it's here. It has the same color as the background. It's hard to see. I'm taking your job being
it's like,
blind.
okay, so I remember like my dad back in the day, there were like there was like sort of some fixing in the house that needed to be done. And afterwards there was like an iPod or whatever. This was back in like early 2000s or whatever. And like that was missing. And my dad was like, oh, one of those boys must have taken it. And he got like really angry at these like poor tradespeople and stuff. And then of course, like 3 months later or whatever, the iPod shows up and it was just misplaced.
Yeah.
And I just wonder if this happens constantly in this game, that you just misplace an item and you think it's some kind of a thief out there.
Yeah, I mean,
this must
one
make you
was
paranoid.
just hard to see for me, but
Yeah.
yeah. Right now we're casting, so we can take a break.
Those are the noises, right?
Nice.
Okay, cool. Well then, let's have Ildefon's study for a moment. We'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. We'll see what we do then. Probably won't be a master necromancer by that time, but who knows? And we'll see you then. See you in a bit. This time I will actually mute.
Yes.
And And we're back.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. We will not be back for very, very long, but we will be back for a little bit, and then we'll probably sign off for the day. Because there's also not that much more interesting, fascinating stuff going to happen now, except Ildefon's training up his majory. But I did want to look at with you, Marco. Like, what is the rate
Yes.
of our ingredient use?
So I don't know how long we were away, like
Well,
8
more than
minutes,
5
7, 8
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah, I would say like 8 minutes.
And we used up like 150 of each.
Oh, okay. So how much do we have left?
So to use up 5,000, wait, let me
Do we have
calculate this.
5,000? I mean, how much
No,
can he
we-
carry?
The script says you burn through 5,000 until you're at 100. And we know
okay.
that we need 8 minutes to burn like 150.
Yes.
Let it be 160, it was, I think. So let's calculate the amount of minutes we need.
Yeah, let's calculate.
For this, we divide 5,000 by
By
160
Yeah, yeah.
and multiply it by 8, which is 250 minutes. Wait, that's a lot. That's 4 hours and
But that
yeah,
seems right to me.
4.16 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now you did the whole 5,000, right? That's the time we will need to get to 100 majory.
Yes, which we do not need. We just I
No,
think
and we can't have 5,000 ingredients on us, right?
right. That's true.
So, like, my question is, how much time will we need to burn through the ingredients that we carry right now?
Right now. So
Which, if you divide that number by 160,
we are pretty close to the max we can carry, which is 430 right now, but I think it's only 390 normally. I don't know why we can carry 430 right now. Something's
are
wrong.
we blessed or something?
I don't see a buff in our buff bar, but we probably have something.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I think we might have camping skill, which we are currently losing because there's a down arrow.
Right.
And that's, yeah, we have 20 camping.
Oh
That
boy,
makes sense.
that lets us carry more, but it's going down the more we cast.
Yeah, but-
so this is changing our carry capacity. Now we have to construct an integral, I think, to calculate.
Like the weight we currently have is 343, and I think we would, without camping, be able to carry 390.
All right.
So that's okay. Like we could restock just a little bit, maybe go to 1,000 of each again if we wanted.
Ah,
But if we just want to wait to use up what we have now, which is 820, we take the calculator and divide 820 by 160 times 8, which is 41 minutes to burn what we have in our inventory now.
yeah, that makes sense. Mm.
And right now we are at 81.5 majory. So we made quite a good progress. I think we were at 80.3. That's over 1 point. And we only burned through the fifth or sixth.
Okay,
Of the
but
resources.
look, that makes sense because
Yeah.
we've calculated we will in total need about like 4 hours or so
Yeah.
to get there. We're now taking a 40-minute chunk out of that, but also remember we probably only need to get halfway to 90, assuming that it's linear, the progression and the
Yeah.
time and stuff, and then it'll be sort of good enough to actually go into a dungeon.
I
with
think
it.
so too, yes.
And that means that we do this now, sort of let it run, and then next time we meet, we can like let it restock, let him run a little bit while we go wood chopping with another character at the same
Yes.
time, or do some other stuff, fuck around a bit while the stream is getting going, and then after an hour or so, Ildefonso will be ready to go into a dungeon.
Yeah, and then we can finally kill
Yeah,
some
and level up
monsters and level up our aspect.
our death aspect, which sounds
Yes.
metal as fuck. And
That's so cool.
Yeah, and that's a good plan. And like, if we get bored of chopping wood, we can even, I don't know, try out an archer or whatever. I got
Yeah.
so excited about trying out all this stuff, and there's more stuff to read up on, like need to read up on how the guild mechanics work, need to read up on or just read about what kind of events are happening and stuff, because that's fun. Maybe we can participate in some server stuff. I don't know.
Yep.
But all of that makes more sense once we're actually good for anything.
True. We will also have to set up before we go into the dungeon next time a lot of hotkeys and macros.
That's right.
But we know how to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We learned so much today.
Yeah.
So, okay, cool. I think that'll be it then for us today. We will probably sign off from the stream now. Ildefons will be sitting in his room for a bit. I'll let my computer run for 40 minutes, as we just calculated. And we'll be back next Sunday. Marco, I'd like to thank you very much for playing with me Ultima Online today and learning about this stuff. It was super fun again. Thank you also. Marco, actually, last time I asked him, hey, Marco, please don't play the whole game now and look at everything without me, because that sort of changes the dynamic we have here in a way. And Marco actually heeded my call. He was just he really restricted himself, and I appreciate it very much.
I restricted myself to non-stop farming, Aegis Keep, and a bit of Crawl Hive.
Yes, he just sort of grinded the fuck out of some mobs, I guess, and that's completely fine. And so, we can still discover the world together, and it's honestly also though really helpful. It's helpful that you are also sort of familiar with the game a little bit more and can explain stuff to me. That's very good and useful. But thanks anyway. Thanks to you, Marco. Thanks to you guys for watching. It was super fun, and I hope you will join us again we're up for next Sunday, Marco?
Yes, we are.
Yes. So we will be back next Sunday. I think we start a little bit earlier with streaming, right? At let's say 11 a.m.
Yes.
Something like
our
that.
time. What time zone is it?
It's the Central European time, always for us.
Yeah.
But so we'll probably start around that time, but don't expect exciting stuff at that point. That's when we do wood chopping and so on. Expect more exciting stuff to happen at around 12 p.m. Central European time next Sunday with us. And of course, you can find us on all the socials. We are on YouTube, youtube.com/HeMakesMePlay. You can also find the stream archive there. And you can follow us on Twitter @makes_play. And for the people who are watching on YouTube, you can, of course, also watch us live on Twitch, twitch.tv/HeMakesMePlay_live. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right. Now you have to end the stream.
Wait, let me go to OBS. Nice.